Bunnies never say die.
Dogs on the mix.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, I don't. What sounds better, this or this? This or this? No, I think this sounds better. Hi, guys. Can you tell? I know I was like basically deep throating the microphone. So, can you tell I'm tired? Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Crack. I'm so tired, you guys. BHP coming in first. Hi, Jack. All of you are first in my heart. You're all first. Wait, how do the young people do it? How do they... Oh, I have like arthritis. There we go. Is that how the young people do it? Hi, guys. Deep throat as in the Nixon files, okay? Don't be nasty. Mom, I'm still hanging in there. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. But I have obligations. And you know what? I need time for myself. Oh my gosh. Hi, Rox. Rox's gonna rock out with her socks out. You know, like you're gonna have so much fun at your work function. I hope you have the best time at the Lady Gaga thing. How's everybody doing? Happy Friday. Welcome in. I don't know how long I'm gonna actually be able to stay live because boy, am I tired. Boy, am I tired. Hi BHP, hi Jack, hi Rox, hi Crack, hi Mom, hi everybody. Welcome in. It's Friday. Your girl Megzie is hanging on by a thread. And also, I found my Fallout dice. It was in the garage. And I'm gonna take it off of my wish list now, so no one buys it for me. How's everybody? Thank you for hi Jay. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Also BHP, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Megzie just flew in and boy, her arms are tired. Yes. So I have been working a lot. I don't even know how to explain how much I've been working. Maybe Mom can explain how much I've been working. But I've been pulling like 16-hour days since last week. I basically did the job of 5 professionals over the course of a week and a half, prepping this party for the work function. Hey, so that's illegal. What's illegal? Keep it short and sweet. We've been graced by your presence. I want to play games. That's what being that cool. No, you're the cool one. You're the cool one. I wish I could be like as like grounded and calm as you, honestly, Jesse. You're just like cool. Like you're just too cool. You're like the dudes I hung out with in high school who were just like too cool for school. You know what I mean? Yes, I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful for a job. That's the truth. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Elroy, good to see you. Stop whining.
Do you still think I'm pretty?
It's been 3 years and I can still smell the fresh paint of resubbing to Meg's channel-o. And anyways, MissMegzie's for what puppernosly pie Megs.
Hi, Cloven. Thank you so much for 3 whole Yeronis. Yeroni pepperonis. Just to give you an idea of the shit that I had pulled. That was a weird... Am I dropping frames? What was that? I just want you to, like... see the kind of stuff that I put together for this party. I had 3 separate sections of this house. 3 separate sections. One section was... Here, let me just... You're just gonna... I'm just gonna walk you through this. I'm just gonna walk you through this. Handmade. I'm shaky.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
My name's Forrest Gump. People call me Forrest Gump.
You're not new. Wait for this. Wait for this, guys. That's as close to a white Christmas as you're going to get in LA. All right? Me and one other girl put that together. Yes, I had to call in for reinforcements. I called my mom to help me hand flock those trees. She helped me get the electricity up and running. It was so much. Not to mention, here, one more thing. I forgot to show you the detail. The detail. Where is it? Where's the detail? Oh. The snow machine that I put on 2 rooftops. And you know who RSVP'd but didn't show up? Will Ferrell. Of course he didn't show up. Why would he? It's not asbestos. It's soap. It's soap. Boycotting his movies. Boycotting. Yeah, it was a weird spike, wasn't it? A small little burp. Thank you guys. I put like my heart and soul into this, and the fact that I had to go to Home Depot 6 times in one day, and that wasn't even those weren't even the only times I went to Home Depot. If I have to step into a Home Depot again I have to, because I have to return some stuff. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. I'm sure he's got cooler people to hang out with. That's true. That's true. But he didn't know what he was missing with me. You know what I'm saying? And you know it's true. But Mom, can we get some hype in chat for Mom who came in the day before the party and helped me out? My whole body hurts from the top of my head down to my toes. I am actually limping. I'm in so much pain. Walked in here, heard Home Depot, and became concerned. Hi, Sems. Hi, welcome in. Rookie numbers? I mean, it's enough. It's enough for me. It's going to be a hard no. Momsy is. Yes. She helped out immensely. Everyone was so happy. Everybody who was at the party was raving about it. They said that it was even better than last year's. So now I'm already starting, and obviously I can't stress because stress is so bad for you, but I'm already freaking out trying to figure out what I'm going to do next year. How do I top that? But it was the girl who I was working with. She's very sweet, absolute sweetheart. But this was her first job out of college. Thankfully, she helped with a lot of the arts and crafts stuff. But, yeah, and then we had some people come in to help, right? So we had this one guy who my boss knew. He was like, I know somebody, I know the manager of this restaurant. She might have some servers who want some additional work to help out. We'll pay them, of course. So we got one guy. He came in, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm so stoked you're here. Can you help me hang some lights? Can you help me wrap some trees? Can you help me like put some Christmas trees up? Can you help me this and that? And he's like, yes, 100%. However, I am Jewish and I've never put lights on a Christmas tree or on a house before. So I'm like, bless your heart. But then I had to show him how to do it. So like I'm teaching everybody how to do the work. So on top of me like doing it, I'm having to like teach people how to do it, teach them how to Dougie, right? And then a lot of this stuff was like duplicated efforts, and it's just it's exhausting. Not Mom, that's why I called you in. That was like I about had it. The day before the party, my mom came up to me and started crying because she felt so bad for me. She just was like tearing up and like she felt so bad for how much work I was doing. And she was like, this is like, you are doing the work of 4 people. And I haven't even been able to check my emails. No, I'm not off next week. I'm working. I got to return a bunch of stuff. Hi, Bug Out. Good to see you. Now I want matzo ball soup. Soup does sound amazing. Momsy here for you. Yes. I'm so thankful. I'm so lucky. Let's give again some hype to Momsy. Thank you. Came in when I needed her the most and handled the business. The stuff that we had a maintenance or like the handyman, it took him a whole working day to hang half the lights on the house. On one half on the house. Half the day, 8 hours, or whole day, 8 hours. Tell me that's normal. Tell me, is that normal? Because I don't think that's normal. So it was a voluntary, not indentured. She came to the rescue, 100%. I was flocking trees. And I was like, I called her. I was like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, I'm just sitting around. And she said, what are you doing? Laura, your internet's back on. Hi. Dreamboats, welcome in. Dusty Tacos here. Are you okay? How are you? Everybody, please go follow Laura Dreaming. Please. Nah, just went bad again. Oh, no. What is up with that? You need to switch providers. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Oh. Miss Danae, welcome in. How was DVD? Thank you so much for the double raid, everybody. Dimwit Jester, hello. Zombriz, welcome in. Hi, Miss Danae. So nice to meet you. Let me give you a follow. Thank you. Oh, it says I'm already following you. I'm going to have to check out your stream. Welcome in, everybody. You're drunk? Oh, my God. Let's get this party started. Just like how with 6 months. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Sweet sauce. Oh my gosh. Sweet sauce. Your name reminds me of the Polynesian sauce from Chick-fil-A, even though, going to Chick-fil-A ain't great, but thank you. I hope you had a fantastic stream despite the internet troubles. And also, Laura, congratulations on being a DBD creator. That's amazing. Let's get some hype in chat for Laura. We love Laura here. How? Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Miss Tonight. Enjoy excellent votes. Sorry, guys. I'm running on fumes here. Excellent emotes and no ads. You're drunk. I'm tired. It's basically the same thing. Chief Linget Gaming. Hello. Welcome. You raid, you sub. It's the rule. It's no rule here. You don't have to do that. It was very generous. Very, very generous. The Charm Society raid. I love it. Rocks, have the best time. Thanks for stopping in. I'm going to try to... How do you do this? I was just telling everybody about the work that I've done this week and how exhausted I am and how sore I am. And I almost didn't go live today, but I was like, you know what? I've been gone too long. I gotta stay. I gotta stay on the grind. I gotta stay on the schedule. Plus, I miss you guys. I hate Chick-fil-A. Donate. I know. I hate that it's so tasty, but obviously. I'm not a fan. Yes. But welcome in, everybody. My name is MissMegzie. I stream Fridays and Saturdays. I'm a full-time Fallout creator. Right now, we're currently playing Fallout New Vegas as much as we can before the season 2 of the show comes out next Wednesday at midnight Pacific, so 3 a.m. Eastern. Oh my God. Internet went up from 41 to 10. That's awful. That's absolutely awful. Did you call them to figure out what the hell was going on? Also, by the way, feel free to raid and run. Don't worry about, also thank you for all the follows, by the way. I do anonymous follows, but I see you here and I really appreciate it. Naimi the Pooh, welcome in. New Vegas was the only one I finished. So you liked it. You liked it. What was the ending that you chose? You gotta call and ask them what the hell's going on. You shouldn't be paying for internet. It doesn't work. Just a little check-in stream. Actually, Laura, I'm gonna send you the video of the company party I decorated for. This is what I've been doing for the last week, and why I'm so tired. I've been pulling like 16-hour days. 16-hour days. Getting home at like 1 a.m., having to get back into work at like 5. Not 5, like 8. Who hates paying for no internet? Right, Marcus? I do. Me. So yeah, but it's over now, and we have one more week of work, and it's the holidays, and I'm very thankful that I have such great people that I get to work with, but I'm very grateful that I'm gonna have some time off, because I've been working really, really hard these last few months, if not the last 8 months. I'm just so thankful that I finally live closer. But yeah, not me complaining. I'm thinking positive. I'm happy. I'm just very sleepy. Also, next week, after Friday the 19th, on the 20th, I'm going to be starting a new playthrough of Fallout 3. And it's going to be this new content that I've somehow conjured up. It's called Roll for Special. If you've seen TikTok's Roll for Sandwich or Roll for Soda, it's basically like that, where I use peripheral or is it some D&D dice? I'm sorry, I'm so sleepy. Where I use this dice every time I level up, and whatever it lands on, I I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Whatever it lands on, it affects my gameplay. Okay, so every time I level up, I roll the dice. It could make me put my charisma to 0. It can make me put my strength to 0. And then I'm completely cucumbered and completely screwed. So I'm very excited to be starting that content on the 20th. I need to come up with a better way to describe it. But if you think that sounds interesting, I would love to have you here. And I'm excited to see how it works too. So please drop a follow if you can, if you want, if you're so inclined. But cheers. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, Crisco. Cucumber. Yeah, I'm very cucumbered. Roll the dice, the New Vegas exclusive. It's not rigged from the start. Getting up, taking an 8 a.m. remote class was exhausting. I'm not a morning person. I am absolutely not a morning person. My mom's not a morning person either. So it must be running in the family. Fridays, Megzie needs uppers. Also, seriously, thank you so much for the raids. Thank you. It means a lot. You guys are amazing. But yeah, that's basically late runs in the family. Poly is less chaotic than having a polykill design. Let me do something real quick. My stream deck is not working. Hold on. Did that work? I know, I love sleeping in. I could sleep for 18 hours if I was allowed to. Hi, Loki!
I'm not Blurry George, as drunk MELZI.
Hi, Loki, thank you for the 17 months. Excuse me. Thank you for the 17 months. How are you? How's everybody doing? Enough about me. How are you?
Very good.
Push. That was a push. Sarah, thank you for five stream streak. Love it. I'm hanging. What about you? I'm hanging. I'm hanging, but not to the left or to the right because I don't have a penis. I don't know. Okay. Okay, wait. So going to Home Depot multiple times because you forgot things is is legitimately a thing. I wish I had one. If I had one, I would helicopter it all the time. I would helicopter my wang like it was nobody's business. And it would be nobody's business until I made it someone's business consensually. What an odd time to follow. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. If you've seen Ron Swanson at Lowe's, that's me. Yay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know more than you. Okay, so I had in that video, did you see the North Pole sign that we made? We made that out of PVC piping, but at Home Depot, they sell just like huge, long pipes. And we're like, oh, well, maybe someone can cut it in half for us. And then this lady named Lisa, who did not work there, but she was a feisty broad. She comes up to me and she's like, they won't cut it. They won't cut it because they don't have a special machine to cut it because blah, 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 blah. And you're not supposed to cut it because all of the fibers will, you know, it's not. But I'm going to cut it for you because they have a saw in the back. So she's like, follow me. And so we're following Lisa and she's just yapping, talking about all the things, all the stuff, what we can do with it, what we can not do with it. And she just like she was in a little like a little cart, by the way. She's like, I'm injured, but I'm going to help you. And she's like talking to all the people, all the employees. They know her. She knows them. This one guy walks by. She's like, how you doing, handsome? She's like, hey, you know what? I'm gay, but I do ya. And we were all laughing. And they were laughing. Everyone's having a good time. And we were like, you know what? Honestly, thank you for just being here at the right time when we're just asking to get this pipe cut. We're just trying to get this pipe cut. All right. So she's just sawing it in half. She's measuring it. She's like, okay. And then when she saws it, we're like, okay, thank you so much. And, she's like, wait, well, how are you going to stand it up? Like, you're going to make a sign out of it? Like, what are you going to do with it? And we're like, oh, we're going to like try to stake it or, you know, put it somewhere. It's going to be a sign like the North Pole. And she's like, come with me. And so she gets back on her cart and she's like rolling on it. She's like, let's go to the discount wood section. I'm going to make you a stake for your sign and for you to put your pipe over it. And I don't know why I'm doing all these gestures, but, So she's like, okay, well, here's the discount woods. You want to come here to look for what you want first because there's a lot of times that the wood's going to be that the wood's going to be discounted. And so we pick it. She's like, well, is this one going to fit? No, that one doesn't fit. She's just like taking time out of her day to help us out, which honestly, it was appreciated. And she was a vibe. I was not mad at it. I didn't want to take her time, but she's like, listen, I just go where the wind takes me. And sometimes you just got to take time out of your day. It's not about you. It's about helping others. And it was kind of perfect because I work for a company who helps people. So I feel like the energy was flowing. Hi, UBC. Ma'am, I'm here to buy what I need. Well, you and I, because you know what you're doing, right? You know what you're doing. We don't know what we're doing. So she's like, here's the wood. I'm going to have you do it yourself. And I'm like, okay, I'll try. She's like, oh, let's go cut it in half. I'm going to watch you so you don't hurt yourself. And I'm like, okay. And so like I start doing, she's like, wait. She's like, let me help you out. And she just starts cutting it at an angle so that way we can actually stake. And she's just she's just like she was super helpful, and she was doing it all for us, but she did let me do it at one point. She's like, you know what you're doing. You're strong. You're stronger than you look. And maybe just irritated by people. Your glasses are giving me Hunter Thompson vibes. Diggin'. Thank you. These are the Vault 33 glasses from Gunner Optics. Exclamation mark perception in the chat. Oh my. And then she was saying how she got her stomach sliced open from a guy who didn't listen to her because she's a woman. It was great. Honestly, I had a good time. Look, if it wasn't for her, I would have a 20-foot PVC pipe that I wouldn't know what to do with or how to cut. So she helped me out. And it was a crazy time. It was a good, what do they call it? Side rail, derail of my day for like 30 minutes of my day. It was fine. Sunday's supposed to drop between negative 15 and 25 in Chicago. Oh my God. And is it a wind chill too? That's wild. Look, I do not look that strong, but when people see me handle shit, they're like, oh, I'm gonna get out of your way, and maybe that's why they just look. I am very good at getting things done to my own detriment. Hi, Mr. Midnight. To my own detriment, I will just do it because I know that if I do it, I'll do it correctly in my mind, and I'm really bad at delegating. But I'm also just not. Also, thank you for the follow. I do anonymous follows. If I'm fine at letting people handle things, but if people don't know what they're doing, it just makes me frustrated. It frustrates me when I have to do it for people because they don't know what they're doing. But I still like helping people, but it's hard when you're at a time crunch or you just have a lot to do. I thought I could complain about Montreal. That's nuts. That's very cold. I don't even think I've been in minus anything. I don't even think I've been in 0-degree weather. Can you give me a 10-second rehash of the story? For the last 2 weeks, I've been working 16-hour days prepping for my company holiday party. Decorating, designing, producing, while also assisting and managing, and sourcing, while I don't know. I'm tired. I'm very sleepy. And so I was just talking about how one of the myriad of Home Depot trips that I did was a woman helping me cut pipe. Yes. I don't enjoy being pandered to. Okay, I'll be mean and contradictory from now on. I would like to let my coworkers do their job, but they don't know how to do it. And I think that that's my Virgo rising. I'm a Taurus Virgo rising. So, with a Libra moon, which is weird. Well, I am pretty indecisive, actually. That makes sense. Like, I like to get other people's opinion before I do something. So you're saying you're a hippie because I'm talking about astrology? A Capricorn? Yes, you are a Capricorn. And Capricorns are they're very much tied to their work as well. You're no nonsense. You get shit done. I don't know about abrasive, but I know many Capricorns. My dad's a Capricorn. He's not abrasive, but he could be a little get irritated really quickly with people. Yeah. I am a hippie, but I wear deodorant. When's your birthday, Radio? When's your birthday? Also, you guys, shout out to Mod Golf. This is going to kind of be a sidebar and derailment, and it's actually not great news. But Golf went to the doctor and they found a mass on her left ovary at the size of a navel orange. And she is really, really, really distraught because this time last year she lost her dad. And just a lot of things are going on. So, hi, True Grit. Hi, it's good to see you. Thank you for the lurk. Get some rest as well, BHP. Have a good night. Hi, Sarcosmo. She was in better spirits. So she had a GoFundMe. And she raised the amount she needed for the deposit for her emergency surgery. However, I don't know what happened. She doesn't know what happened. But GoFundMe canceled her campaign, booted her off the platform, and refunded everybody who donated to her. So she had raised $3,000 to get her surgery deposit, and GoFundMe canceled her campaign and booted her off. And I asked what happened. They said they won't tell her. She said they will not tell her. There's no fraud. Her ID matches her name on there. So she's been, in my DMs, and I'm sorry, Golf, if you're lurking that I'm like airing this out, but I've been like super, super worried for her, and I don't know how else to help. So I just wanted to share. I know that Golf has a Twitch account. I don't know if she has like a Stream Elements tip page or a Streamlabs tip page. I know she has a Throne, but I think right now, like any little bit could help, even if it's like $1, if it's like $5, however you can help Golf, because she's done a lot for this community. She's done a lot for this channel. She's done a lot for me, and I wish I could do more. And I've been so run ragged and run like thin with how much I've been working that I haven't really even been able to like sit down and have a chat or like respond to anybody. So I just wanted to share that, and we care about you, Golfy. We care about you a lot, and we're here for you. And so many people are going through such a hard time right now. It's insane. Like, it's just like nonstop bullshit. People are losing their jobs. People are, having trouble with their current jobs. It's just really hard all around. So I just wanted to just say that, like, I'm here for you as much as I can. I know. It makes me so sad. And I was like, what can I do? And she didn't respond. But she's not well. She's not well. And the mass is so large, and the doctors told her that she was one wrong turn away from like something really bad happening. So, I think she said, like, before they canceled her campaign, she said that she had a surgery, I think, on January 8th, prepped. Let's see if she does. I know, it's so far away. And with GoFundMe canceling that, she can't get the surgery. She can't get it. So Let's see. Where's Golf's Twitch? It's not popping up. Yeah. But what the hell? Yeah, we're all looking for options. I asked her to reach out to GoFundMe. She says they will not tell her what's going on. They will not tell her. So shit, man. Hold on. Looking at users. Yeah, it's Golfy. That's the name. Why is it not showing up on Twitch? Bro, now I'm freaking out. Now I'm starting to freak out. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Hi, Bride. How are you? Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that Maddie Braun is offline now? Maddie Braun finished, 58 days of his subathon. 58 days of his subathon. And that's absolutely wild. GG's, Maddie Braun. Did he get 8,000 subs? Didn't he get 8,000 subs? Or was it a little over 8,069? That's awesome. Right on the money. Right on the money. Okay, Sarah, thank you. I'm going to make sure, and Cloven, I'm going to make sure that we can. I talked to Golf before doing anything. Hi, Celine. How are you? How are you? Yep. Did you get the Fallout? I was gonna say, did you get the Fallout Jones soda? Hi, Phoenix. Welcome in. Good to see you. Let's go, Fallout Jones soda, baby. Fallout Jones soda, baby. Got 3 cases. 1 is for a friend. Let's go. Let's go. This is after I made the big drug deal to get it shipped from. I did. I've been messing around with it. I haven't been home, honestly, to even like get any of the paints. I was telling chat earlier, I've just been drowning in work. So after today, I think things are gonna just start going back to normal. Hi, Spookums, how are you? We still don't have the Jones soda in LA. The packs at Costco, from what I can tell. But I also don't have a Costco membership, so I couldn't tell you whether or not I have them. But when I check the Costco app, nothing pops up. Looks like we got 2 pallets at the one near my place. And after a day, it was down to half of each pallet. So they're going like hotcakes. Home is rare. But there's no place like home. You didn't see it in your app either? Okay, so they're trying to pull one on us. I feel like they're trying not to let people know because they know that folks are gonna like start bombarding the stores with going to get the silly packs of Jones. I don't know what I'm saying. What is this music? Tubular Bells? This is still Tubular Bells. Interesting. Interessante. Words are hard. Okay. But anyway, we're going to play some more Fallout New Vegas until I can't keep my eyes open. Well, probably before that. Because we have some lore to learn. So far, we have helped Boone find who stole and kidnapped his wife. Interesting. Hi, Max. How are you? We have Raul as our companion, who's an absolute badass with a revolver. All right. We were trying to get the sheriff of Prim to be, is it Eddie from the Powder Gangers? But my reputation with the Powder Gangers is not great. So every time I try to go there to talk to him, I get shot at. So lore to learn and Raul to Riz. Yes, Jeannie, that bitch. Yeah. So we also learned about the jazz singer who pegged his boss's daughter just a little bit. So I don't know how that works. Did he say peg or he said pound? I don't know. What were the words? What were the exact words? Plowed? He said pound just a little bit? Did he? I can't even remember. I'm sorry, what? We did make it to New Vegas, but I didn't have enough caps to enter. Did he say plowed? Yeah, I think it was plowed. Because I was like, how does one plow someone just a little? Oh, I have my rice. I have my rice. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my fried rice.
Imagine a world where time drifts slowly. A world where music carries you away. Experience pure moods, the perfect soundtrack for your way of life. Direct from Europe, this multi-platinum collection has won the hearts of millions. Set adrift with the timeless pleasures of Tubular Bells. Or take a trip into the unknown with the X-Files theme. No other collection gives you the feeling of pure moods. To order Pure Moods, call the number on your screen or send check or money order for the amount shown, plus shipping and handling. Rush delivery available. Call now.
Everyone loved your shirt last night.
It doesn't matter what comes, fresh goes better in life. With Mentos fresh and full of life. Nothing gets to you, staying fresh, staying cool. With Mentos fresh and full of life.
goes better.
Mentos, the fresh maker.
I love fried rice. All right. Also, we went over to Old Lady Gibson and bought as much, or sold her as much as she had in her wallet. So, not sure if I did her a favor. I'm glad. Oh, about my fried rice? I know. You should be. So let's see how far we can go tonight. Tonight, after stream, I have to record a video for an upcoming promo that Gunner Optics is doing. So please stay tuned for that. Hopefully I have it in me to do something of quality. Stay tuned. Enjoy your stay. That's what the maybe. But I hope you guys are doing good. I'm so glad it's Friday. I was like, wow, this week went by really fast. Yesterday I thought it was Tuesday. I don't yet, Celine. I don't. But I do love this Deathclaw skull. This is so dope. This is so dope. Oh, shit. Shit.
Hey, man.
Yep. Okay, thankfully.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. No, he's being nice. He's saying, just letting you know that I've put my son back on the 7 a.m. flight. He will take full responsibility for canceling the flight he doesn't use, and you are off flight duty. So, that's very nice. He knows that I've been working quite hard. Oh, yes! And we just gave power to the entire area. So we spoke to Fantastic. We spoke last I played. I killed Fantastic. So I think I might, and then it crashed.
Goonies never say die!
Hey, who's raiding right now? Oh my gosh. Slothy Sloth? My angel? My love? How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone, please go follow Sloth. What were you doing? What were you playing? What's new? Hi, Tiff. Hi, Bright again. Hi, Black Magic. Hi, Maddie Braun. We were just talking about you. GG's on 58 days and 8,069 subs. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. We just got started back into the game, and then I got a boss text. Wow. I have a chair. I'm eating fried rice, and I'm about to kill Fantastic. So, that's what we're doing. Slothy, how was your stream? Tell me all about it. What were you up to? This game is immersive. What would you know about it, Maddie? What would you know? Never played it in your life? Oh. Well. Shit, can we get a refund for those points? I don't know why that's not working. I don't know why that's not working. I'm so sorry. Playing detective in a crazy manor haunted by ghosts where everyone's getting ready for a seance. Yo, that sounds fun. That sounds so fun. It sounds like a blast. Well, I hope you had fun. Thank you for choosing me to raid into. For those of you who don't know me, my name is MissMegzie. I stream Fridays and Saturdays, and I am now a full-time Fallout creator. And we are playing Fallout New Vegas as much as we can for the lore, because Season 2 is coming out next week. And on Saturday of next week, I am starting a brand new playthrough of Fallout 3 where I use D&D dice to determine my fate in the wasteland. So every time I level up, I use a d20, and anything that it rolls on, I have a little list of things that I have to do. And then I just input them into my game and see what happens. So it's going to be full chaos. Speaking of chaos, hold.
Welcome to Regal Entertainment. Refreshments are available in the lobby. And please, keep our theater clean by disposing of trash in specified containers. And remember, gift certificates are available for any special occasion. Enjoy the show.
You're squinting now? What do you mean? You're trying to see what the words say? Also, yeah. New merch. It's gonna be chaotic, so what we're gonna do is irradiate it, okay? Radiate chaos, everybody. Radiate chaos. I can't help it, it was moving so fast. Is it because we're just old? Is it because we're old? Whee! But if you have to do your post-stream self-care, please go take care of yourself, Slothy. I adore you. I hope to play games with you again soon. Chaos, you say? Always with the chaos. Thank you so much for the raid. Very kind. Maddie, does it feel... Oh! Shit.
It's astounding. Time is fleeting. Madness takes its toll. But listen closely.
Not
so
for very much longer.
I've got to keep control. I remember doing the time war, drinking those moments when the blackness would hit me and the void would be calling. Let's do the time war again. Let's do the time war again. Just a jump to the left. Put your hands on your hips.
Thank you. No, you! How did you get that camera to listen so fast? Oh, today it's doing its job. I don't know. I'm a very lonely woman. I can't help it. Thank you for the time warp. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh. Okay. No spoilers, Maddie. No spoilers. But yes.
Hey, man.
Anyway. He's a fraud. We don't like frauds around here. Oh, also a 3-minute ad is going to start. I'm so sorry. But this helps prevent pre-rolls for a whole hour. If you are not subbed, this is a perfect time to go get yourself some fried rice or, you know, maybe take a quick poo. I don't know what you're going to do in 3 minutes, but...
What can I help you with?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
He had a theoretical degree in theoretical physics. That's right. He did. He did. All right. Well, that's done. So... all is well all is well in the world. Hey man, dead. And yes, the real world is fake so far. It's okay. Have you seen any birds? Have you seen any birds other than your football team? What's over here? Ooh, terminal. Oh, we've seen, wait, results? Oh no, we've seen all this. We've read all these. Hi, Bone Collection Agent! It's been so long. How are you? How are you? Potential genius. I don't know about that. Few burbs, but only video games and clean. Have you been working? Are you back at the office? Is your boss finally like, thank heavens you're not streaming anymore? Soon I will have a normal week. What's that? We have a password again, even though we already had it. Ooh, we got a internal medicine magazine. That's excellent. How have you been? So good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. We just jumped into playing the game, so... back to reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. Maddie, I bet your palms are sweaty and Newsweek arms are heavy, you know? I can't imagine people were too upset. People were buying things from the website to boost the timer. That's true. That's true. Boost these nuts, though, you know what I mean? Boost them.
Who knows which side the Legion's gonna hit us from next?
All spaghetti. All spaghetti. Spaghetti! See what's on this side before I go, but I think the internal medicine's the only... oh. What's over here? Vomit on his sweater already? Mom, spaghetti. Spaghetti! Anything new going on in the... oh, I don't think I've ever been up here. I don't need the medical clipboard. Tinted reading glasses. What's up here? Why do I have my gun out? Hi, Tiger! D's nuts, D's donuts. Ooh, I love donuts. Stop. Anytime anybody talks about donuts, it makes me upset. You know why? There's nothing up here. Because I like them so much, it hurts. Spaghetti. Bless you. Yes, I want some of that whiskey. I need some whiskey. Okay, I think we've achieved everything we need to in this building. Donuts? Pass. You're a you pass donuts? Pass them around to people who want them? I love them too, but can't resist them if I don't have them. Yes, exactly. If I don't buy them, I can resist them. But if I buy them and they're sitting there, I will need to eat them. Everyone in chat, what is your favorite dessert and why? Poor Kay. I have many to share. We just got to do that sometime. Just not a sweet fan. You know this. Yes, yes. Pluribus episode 1, donuts. Did they have donuts? Oh, they did have donuts! The first part of the show! I did like that episode. I think that was a very strong episode. What is happening down here? Oh shit. Was this my moment to get some... What just happened? Oh, vipers? Okay. Okay. I thought it was powder gangers. I'm like, oh shit. This was my moment to get some clout with them again. But no, it was just a freaking viper. And with some pork and beans. Gotta have the beans. My favorite desert is the Sahara. I need to watch that new one that just came out. So we took a pause on it because we were getting so frustrated with the main character just being kind of horrible in every episode. And she hasn't changed yet. I guess she'll change throughout the season, but we're just getting a little frustrated. Gobi Desert. What's up, Chromie? Welcome in. What do you mean you retract your statement? You cannot do that here. It is now on the internet and it is in there forever. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Laura, look away. Look away. Look away. You do not want to know what these are. You do not want to know. You've never played a Fallout game, Marcus? You're missing out if you like RP. Oh. Well, Raul's got it covered. But these things are called cazadors. Oh, it's a young one, so it was very weak. Start with the best one, Fallout 1, Chromie. I was getting so frustrated. So my first one was Fallout 3. And just recently, I went out to try to play Fallout 1, and I was getting so frustrated. It's timed. Oh, God, there's more. There's more. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, I'm not going this way. I'm not going this way at all. This is Bad News Bears. This is Bad News Bears. Where am I supposed to go? Let's go to the Abandoned Brotherhood of Steel bunker. Never been here yet. Well, maybe I have. You're down to start from scratch. I would say that you should do it that way. If you have the opportunity to start with a top-down turn-based game before playing the new compounded technology of first person. Oh, is it downloadable Okay, I won't go there. I won't go there. But what's this? What's this? Your favorite desert is Antarctica. I did not know that biome was a desert. But you know that Los Angeles is also a desert, right? Am I still making my way to the downloadable content area? Yes, I am. You dropped your pistol. You dropped your pistol. You dropped your pistol. Oh, no. Yeah, that is Camp Forlorn Hope. This is DLC. This is DLC. Okay. I now know that LA is a dessert. Yes, delicious. Schmilio, how are you? How are you? Are you sad that Maddie's offline? The Abandoned Bunker is the DLC. Forlorn Hope is not a DLC? Oh, okay. Well, let's go over there then and chat with them. Mage! Hello! It's so good to see you. How have you been? I went down a quick Cazador rabbit hole because that was a character in Baldur's Gate as well as a creature in the game and an actual real life insect called a tarantula hawk or a tarantula wasp. And they are about this big IRL and terrifying. And they have like the second most painful sting in the world.
afraid you're not gonna find much help here. We've got our hands full as it is.
Well, you have your hands full of these nuts?
These soldiers look how I feel, boss.
Oh, why is this music so intense? Alright, let's see. Oh, that's Raoul. Do they live in Australia? Please say yes. They're actually in Southern California. I've seen them IRL, and the only reason I knew about them, and I said, Greg, we're turning the fuck around and going another way on this trail, was because of this game. Yeah. We went camping, and they were on the trail, and I said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh, look, an injured trooper. This is one of Dr. Richard's patients. You should speak to him before you investigate. Oh, well, where's the frickin' doctor? Where's the doc? That's a big nope. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But how have you been? How have you been? There's a reason it's called Forlorn Hope. A letter. We found a letter. That's number 5, though. Let's try to find letters 1 through 5. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, we are trying our best to do as much of a lore run as possible before the show season 2 comes out next week. And I'm trying to hit all the spots that they're gonna possibly hit in the show. We did our first run through the quarry. My first ever run through the quarry, which is how I have my lovely sidekick, Raoul. That was terrifying. That was absolutely terrifying. We went through Prim. We are still trying to find a sheriff for Prim. So it'll be interesting if in the show... I'm just taking all their ammo. It's not saying I'm stealing, so that's good. I'm interested if in the show if they stop in Prim and they talk to one of the sheriffs from the game. So it could either be Prim Slim, which is the robot. It could be the deputy, which is Deputy Beagle. Or it could be the powder ganger, Eddie. So I'm wondering who it can be. Have I played Fallout 1 or 2? I've attempted, Chromie. I've attempted. We just found a letter. We just found a letter. We just found a letter. I wonder who it's from. Forlorn Hope. Oh, chaotic. I'm so tired. I'm delirious. But I feel like I've gotten through the other side because mostly working 16-hour days, and they are like very rigorous and active days. Now that the party's over, I'm thinking that it'll hopefully calm down a little bit. We are old. I remember when the first Blue's Clues episode, the pilot, came out. I was in the mountains. We were at my grandma's house in the mountains. And that came on, and I was like, what on earth is this? I know, 30s and 40s ain't old. You're right, Laura. Thank you for the positivity. Thank you for the positivity. I love that they leaned on the lore from those games. I know the premise of Fallout 1, which I've tried to play, and I love that they brought that in to the show. But I do know that just the little sound effects of Lucy losing karma for the first time got me so giddy. Got me so excited.
Hello.
Tiger, thank you for the streak. Here's a jail. There's no one in it. Is everyone very well behaved? Who's in charge here? Hello?
Oh, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. Sneaking around at night is a little suspicious.
I'm not sneaking. I'm just stretching my legs. I should be getting back though. It's late. Good night. We're all gonna die out here. They're out there right now waiting for us. Waiting to kill us.
Who?
We're all fucked. My problem? Problem
His
is we're all
knees are
going to
clicking.
die. We're out of food, we're out of men, and we're out of time. The Legion is right outside
Oh.
waiting to kill us all.
We know that the Legion's
Today,
going to be in the show
tomorrow,
because they did show us in
Doesn't
the
matter.
trailer.
We're all going to die here.
This guy,
Why don't you just leave me alone?
this guy's a little. How are things around camp?
Kidding me, man? How are things? They're all fucked up, that's how things are. Everyone is either starving or dying out here. Left out to dry by the rest of the NCR. Fuck this place. I'd rather be anywhere else but here.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, whatever.
Where you going? That was weird. Barracks. Anyone? Oh, Sexton.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey there. The name's Sexton. Private James Sexton. Welcome to Forlorn Hope.
Why do you keep saying your name like that? What's your assignment, sir?
I've been placed in charge of morale. It's difficult.
I did not
to
watch
keep
the Gamer
spirits
Awards,
up
did
with the
you?
Legion nearby. In fact, there's more hope in wrangling Brahmin with my grandmother's stocking. than
Welcome
inspiring
back,
these
just
troopers.
vibing. So there's no hope in hope?
Ironic, isn't it? But it's understandable. Constant skirmishes take their toll on everyone in the end.
Okay. Are you complaining bringing morale must be difficult?
I call that an understatement. But I can't complain. I'm not in the field as much as the others. I just stay here most of the day coming up with activities to occupy the camp. Which reminds me of something I've been meaning to try. A killer competition to boost morale. Interested?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Great. Since the camp is threatened by Legion, I propose a hunt. Kill any you encounter and bring me the Legion's ear as proof.
What?
You get it? Legion ear?
That's the stupidest joke I've heard. I still don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna sign you up anyway. If you don't mind being last, then there's not much else I can say. Any questions?
Okay. Hi, Mr. C. How are you?
Lower than a feral ghoul's IQ.
All
See
right.
you later.
Girl, go to bed. Mom, I can't. I can't. Anybody else? Anyone else here I can talk to?
Hey.
Hey. Where are all these notes? We need more notes. Going insane, ready to pass out, so you know about the normal? Oh, same. Same. I'm good. I'm good. I'm very sleepy from the work week I've had, but I'm good. I'm actually, I feel like I'm hitting another wave, which is promising. And I have to record a couple of things after stream. So, you saw a trailer for the new Street Fighter on TikTok. Does it look good? They're all just... Who's in charge here? Give me this, give me this. Oh, shit.
Gotcha.
Shit. Shit. I was hidden. I was hidden. But then he decided to get up. Alright, I'll come back. I'll come back. Alright. Who do I talk to about these people in the infirmary? We got letter number 5. Where is letters 1 through 4? Letter 3. Uh-oh. Wait. Start blasting over. Yeah. How dare you steal my sunset sarsaparilla? I'm gonna shoot you dead for even trying. Confiscating that soda there. Totally opposite of the 90s game? Nice. Well, you're doing a great job. You keep doing that. You keep keeping a lookout. So she stole soda and I just started blasting. You know, what else could I do? Number 2. Okay, okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Quartermaster Maze?
If you're looking for supplies, I'll make this easy for you. There aren't any.
Wow,
But
everyone
something
here
tells
is
me you're
super
not here for
depressed.
that. What do you want?
Wow. How are things?
Not good. If we don't get more supplies, we're gonna have to start using dirt for food and sticks and rocks for weapons.
Whoa.
Hey, how'd you like to do something for me?
Always willing to give a helping hand.
I want you to collect NCR dog tags from our fallen troopers.
No.
That way I can keep track of who's gone and how to reallocate our supplies.
Okay.
It's easy. Just bring back any NCR dog tags you find, and I'll try to make it worth your while.
How so? Tell me more. Just walked on him while he's sleeping. Just casually just step all over him. He's into it. He's into it. Maybe they're feeling forlorn. You know, I didn't think of that. I did not think of the forlornness of the folks here. Alright. Is there a letter in here? No. In the shitta? In the shame shitta? What's in here? Hope Shack. Okay, let's go in the shack. Maybe this camp has a little nominative determinism. That's possible. That is possible. Raul, you scare me every time. I'm just trying to find all the letters so I can read the lore. Isn't season 2 in 7 days? It's at midnight on the 17th, Pacific Standard Time. So yes, we're trying to get as much lore crammed in as possible, Johnson. I started a little late. I was supposed to start this playthrough in November, but I was in the hospital and I had to move and things just kind of piled up. So we're trying to get as much as we can. I'm trying to hit all the major hotspots that I think that they'll hit in the show. So today and tomorrow we'll likely head over to New Vegas. Okay, Celine. Have a good night. Give your brain a break. Enjoy some soda. Enjoy a sunset sarsaparilla. I hope you get a blue star cap. Alright, the doctor is still not here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for him. I'm going to sit and I'm going to wait. Oh, that's shoot. I'm about to shoot. I just ended up here. I'm trying to get lore so that way I can figure out if it's mentioned in the show and what they're referencing. So, that's what we're doing here. Can't wait in the air. Well, that's weird. Can I wait? I can wait standing up. So, that's fun. They should have called it Camp Obliterate or Obliterate RN. There's the doc. Okay, cool.
Unless it's urgent, you're going to have to wait. If it's gravely important, save me the trouble and empty your pockets now.
Men don't forlorn like they used to. Now they just have the How are things? Things look pretty rough in here.
Men have waged war on each other for countless centuries. Now is no different. People fight and die for what they believe in. I'm just here to patch them up so they can go on their merry way. Do no harm in all that.
This place looks more like a chop shop. You seem to be handling it well.
I'm doing the best I can considering the poor situation I find myself in. There's barely enough equipment or medicine to handle the number of injuries.
How are you doing, Johnson?
To make
Welcome
things
in.
worse, I think someone might be stealing my supplies.
What you don't think is what forlorn means? You think someone is stealing your... Yeah, I saw him.
The simple fact that I no longer have as many supplies as I should. I've been careful with them, and I should have more than what remains. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go searching for the missing supplies since I have my hands full with
We know
soldiers.
who it is. I can look into this. I know who it is.
I've got a lot to do. Make it quick. So you found out what's happening with the supplies?
Yeah.
What would you like to know?
Oh. Shit. So I have to go find this guy sneaking around again? That's annoying. I already caught him. I'm doing good. Where did we catch him? Like over here? Oh yeah, we caught him like sneaking in.
Watch out.
Just listen for the knees. Are his knees really that creaky? Hello.
We're kind of busy around here for social calls, so if you're not here to help out, just stay out of my way.
What do you need help
I've got
with?
the Legion at Nelson breathing down my neck and not enough men or supplies to get this camp into fighting shape so we can strike back. I need someone to talk to a few of the officers and help them resolve some of the problems around here.
Should I give them some
If I can get
resolve?
this place in order, then I can focus our
My
efforts
knees
on
would be
taking back
cracking like
Nelson
crazy
from the
too.
Legion. And the more that gets done around here, the more resources I'll be able to put
As well as
into protecting
Raul's. I could do that for you.
Good. Let's not waste time then. Quartermaster Mays has been complaining to me non-stop about the lack of supplies. But unfortunately, we aren't getting a resupply anytime soon. I want you to speak with him and see if there's anything you can do for him.
Alright. Well, I've already talked
We
to him.
won't go quiet. Private Sexton was thinking of having a contest.
Hey, you're not one of the troopers. Got a second?
Yeah.
I have work I need done, and nobody here at the camp has the time or inclination to help me out.
What do you need help with?
I have the delightful task of tabulating stockpiles, kill ratios, mission success rates, radiation deaths, and other truly fascinating numbers. I've come across numerous inconsistencies between our numbers and our reports, especially with regards to intercepting hostiles.
Oh?
I'm wondering if our radio security codes have been compromised.
Probably.
I need someone to deliver security code upgrades to each of the ranger stations.
Oh boy. Good night, Gas. Have a good night. Sleep tight, sweet dreams.
I've been trying to get someone to authorize this update, or at the least get field clearance to leave the camp and do this myself. But nobody takes me seriously. They just think I'm an incompetent desk jockey trying to glamorize the importance of my job.
Well, and also because you're a woman. Oh! Tiger, it's broken. Let me turn this off. Hold on. It's broken. I'm gonna turn that off. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know why it's not working. I will reject it and give you your money back. There you go. It's okay. It's okay. I forgot to time it out.
This holotape contains the updated security codes for the ranger stations. Show it to the comm officers there. Once the new codes are in use, anyone still using the old codes will just hear static if they're listening in on our frequencies.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
What about this guy?
Hey.
Sir, this computer doesn't work. Good night, Tiger. Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm a professional. Don't clip that.
Hello.
All right, did you get all your typing done on this non-existent working computer here?
Keep quiet.
What?
Unless my creaky knees give us away.
Unless my creaky knees. Why is there music? Hold on, I gotta turn this up. Like, why is Master also the like outside noise? Because I feel like that's a little unnecessary. Alright? Alright, we gotta find another NCR letter. I feel like there has to be one in here. There has to be. A mandate? Oh boy. Hold on. We just got a letter.
Morning.
Well, now everything else is low. A mandate. Alright. That better? I stole it. Alright, let's read it. Deliver station, Camp Forlorn Hope for Polotley, Joseph, Major or highest ranking officer. Read immediately. This concerns troop reassignments. Major, you and I are well aware of the situation you are in, so I apologize in advance for the contents of this letter. Due to Camp Forlorn Hope's position, it is as high alert as combat zone and is exceedingly high morality rate of troopers assigned there. You are hereby ordered to pull all female personnel, including non-combatants, from the field and give them marching orders to Camp McCarran for reassignment. Absolutely no female NCR personnel are to be stationed at Camp Forlorn Hope until further notification. You will not be assigned replacements until High Command can figure out where the hell to pull replacements from. You have my sympathies, Major. So, why is she still here?
Hello.
Why is she still here?
Welcome back.
A mandate. Oh, that's so weird. All right. Let's try to find these letters. Okay. In here, anyone in the jail yet? There's still just like a random trooper in here, but no one in the jail cell. And I still can't find letter 1. All right. Let's wait here. What time is it? Oh my gosh. All right, let's wait 7 hours. See if we can find any creepy creepers stalking around in the evening. Hello? He was around here, wasn't he? Come on. Come out. Come out, wherever you are. Okay. 1 more hour? No, not 7 hours, you freak. I'm so annoyed because I found him earlier and he's probably not going to show up now. Oh, it's gunfire. It is not a man stalking the evening. Okay, doctor's going... Oh? Doctor's going to sleep now, so I think... Why are we in danger? Oh. The shit? Why are bloat flies here all of a sudden? Oh. Okay. So doctor's gone.
Better move along.
MP. Chat. Why? Why did I have to catch him earlier in the game? I don't know if... Maybe he's gonna come when everyone's asleep. Which I should be. I should be asleep, but I'm not. I'm not asleep. You are not alone. I am here with you. Though far away, you're always here to stay. Come on, sneaky, sneaky. Oh man, my back really hurts. Too much lifting, squatting, turning. Speaking of sleep, no, 5:30 for work. Boo. Go sleeps. Have a good night, Laura. Hate to see you go. She really can't stay, but baby, she gotta wake up early. Good night. Good night, Punky. Oh my god, please. On a Saturday of all days, she has to wake up at 5:30 in the morning. Girl. Do not envy you. Matrix! Hi, how are you? I really can't stay. I've got to go away. This evening has been so very nice. She's poor. Holiday hours. Oh, it's retail. Oh, hell. Hell's bells. As AC/DC would say, hell's bells. I'm well, been lurking. How's Fallouting? Frustrating. Frustrating, indeed. But it's good. We haven't done much of it, so... Oh, God. It scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. I do anonymous follows. Feel free to introduce yourself or continue to lurk in the shadows like the mysterious stranger you are. Where the shit did this guy come from and go?
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you
Wish for a nuclear winter. That's right. There's the major. Everyone's asleep, so what's going on? Mr. Matrix, you've been lurking. The Fallout's been fallouting. I feel... Is there anything over here? No. You can't open up any of these graves, sadly. Alright. I think I'm gonna walk around the camp, see if I see anybody squatting around.
We won't go quietly.
We won't go quietly into the night. We will rock you. I'm glad you've been well. Anything new happen around town? Happen in your life? Crack, any new prospects? Any new prospecto giganto? Oh, what's down here? Nothing. And there's a building there. I'm gonna have to go check that out once I find this guy who's no longer around for me to catch stealing. well. He was over here, though. Hayes. Nothing. Alright, I'm gonna leave this area for now. Let's head over to... Not really. Still don't have a full-time gainful employment. I'm lucky that my part-time gig has been able to give me more hours. Oh, that's good. That's good. What do you specialize in, by the way? Like, what's your normal gig? Mojave Drive-In. Okay, let's mark this area. Let's head to Prim and then go to Nipton and talk to Kaiser's Legion. And see if we can get some info there. I got to go away. Is anybody ready for Christmas? Because I sure as hell am not. I haven't had any bandwidth to do anything outside of life. I've worked in a number of fields over the years. So tech, it's still hard to find a tech job right now. I feel like it's probably very competitive. Oh, we have some... I know we have some stuff over here. Convict, okay. Akon and Young Jeezy, trying to take it easy. Convict, convict.
You better get out of here.
Family hugs for Christmas. Likewise, I'm going to try to make Italian nougat, actually, and gift that to family. We will fuck you. Oh, shit. Raul, you are insanely good with that gun. My God, dude. My dude. Well, I missed. Well, he's not very good with insects, but, you know, we can't be great at everything. I feel like I'm gonna level up soon. Ooh, Magnum round. Don't mind if I do. And some vodka. 2 shots. 2 shots of vodka. What's in here? Probably more bugs. Looking for bugs in the prototype. Ooh, we gotta get the stim packs. We gotta. How did I not get attacked when there was a bug in there? Oh. Oh. Someone's dead in here. How lovely. How nice. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happened to this poor soul. Oh, a dead prospector with... Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I need to get that blue bottle cap. Gotta get that blue bottle cap. Thank you. A 9 of diamonds. We got more bottle caps. A queen of diamonds. So if we keep collecting more and more, we'll be able to play the godforsaken game of Caravan, which don't know how to play. One's in chat if you know how to play Caravan. Oh, ow, ow, ow. My back is really wrecked. That guy's like, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Yeah, 100% with that stance. He's a ragtime gal. Okay, well, a lot of good that knife did ya. I love how it's just fully erect. Erecto magneto. Just getting little XP here and there. You know how to play? How much time have you put into this game? Is there any smoke? I know there are rad scorpions through this desert, so we might, well, that's the way to Nipton, though. The Dry Lake. That was my nickname in college. Zero. I think Caravan's a groovy tune. It is, Sora. Also, hi, Sora. How are you? Sora, you make my heart soar. You surely do. Look at the drag. Look at this racetrack. Oh, it's not scorpions. It's fire ants. That's what it is. Many, many hours.
Okay, I guess we're doing this.
We are doing this. And doing it. And oh, I don't like that. Oh my god, this is scary. If you have like any kind of bug phobia, this is awful. Oh god. I don't think I've ever ventured to the middle of this track. The racetrack. We're doing F1 shit now, baby. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. You light up my life. You give me. Oh! Shit. Alright. You do you, boo. Oh. So that's where they come from. Alright. Well, that's literally all that's here. How disappointing. We have a car. Oh, we have a little race car. I think at one point they were trying to make actual vehicles in this game, and then they gave it up. They give it up, give it up, give it up. So, that's a bummer. But I guess that the mechanics of the game were just not. I mean, can you imagine how buggy this game is, and then trying to have some sort of vehicle? Kensington, hello, 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 Kensington. Oh, we got a fire here and some bedrolls. Gosh, this guy doesn't even give me a chance to shoot. Nipton pit stop. The burned man walk. Ooh. Oh, fuck. The burned man walks among us, sir. I think it's showing us some, I'm wondering if the burned man will be in the show. You know, if you know, you know. You need a junky old mystery machine to tool around in. The mystery machine. Oh, I got a character portrait last night at the holiday party, and I kind of look like. Oh. I was gonna save this man, but. Raul! Hey, what up, duck? Hi, friends! Hello, hello! Welcome in! Hi, First of all, Duck, it was so awesome meeting you at TwitchCon. Thank you so much for just your company and just being an all-around very cool dude. It was great hanging out with you and your partner, and it's fantastic. I hope you had a wonderful stream. You were playing Fallout 4. You were playing Fallout 4. How was it? Bananimus, welcome in. Yo-Yo, welcome in. Ziz Marith. Faldova. Is it Zay 12? Citrus Ella. Dragon Knight, welcome in. Cord PlayStation, hi. Ridge 42. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting a sub to What Up Duck. We're playing Nuka World for the first time and having a great time. Space and Cowboys. Yes. Is this your first Fallout? Welcome in, everybody. My name's MissMegzie. I stream Fridays and Saturdays, and I'm officially now gone from variety gamer and streamer to a Fallout creator. So welcome in. It's so nice to meet you. We are currently doing as much of a lore run as we possibly can of Fallout New Vegas before Season 2 premieres next week. I was supposed to start it in November, but a lot of medical things and moving and personal shit happened. So we just started, and we're trying to get through as much of the lore we can that we're going to think that they're going to put in the show. I don't know. But welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. If you got a raid and run, please go and take care of yourself. Do your post-stream self-care. And starting on the 20th of December, I will be starting Fallout 3. And I will be using D&D dice to determine my fate in the Wasteland. So every time I level up, I will roll the dice, and whatever is on the list that it lands on, I will incorporate into my gameplay. So it's going to be absolutely chaotic, and I've never seen it done before. So I'm very interested to see where it goes, how it goes, and I love for anybody to stop by and go through that journey with me. But yes, welcome in. I will jump back in the game because I don't think, I did pause somehow, some way. But thank you so much for the raid. Absolute W. Everybody, please go follow What Up Duck. Actually, that's why I tabbed out, because I wanted to give you a shout out. I wanted to give you a shouty outy. What is your current build right now? And I don't know if you... I've played through 3 New Vegas and but never the DLCs. Okay, well, Far Harbor is a very good DLC. So definitely check that one out too. What is going on? Chained together? Fast. Oh, Soupy! Thank you so much. Hey, Miss Redhead. Fantastic name. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, Lady Faz. Thank you so much. Soup, thank you for the raid. You guys are amazing. How was your stream? Chained together. How far did you get? Hey, Boom. Bearded Jack, welcome in. So much love tonight. I feel so incredibly grateful. Please pardon any of my brain farts or lack of proper forming of sentences. I have been running on little sleep and very long work hours. So please bear with me. I appreciate you being here. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on, but you guys are getting me so amped up, and I just feel so grateful. Blonde is not your friend? Oh no. To be fair, I did not mean to do this to my hair. I went in with a specific look, and then I ended up leaving looking like Rogue. Happy accident, I guess. Yes. Of course. Hang out, lurk, whatever you have to do. I know how it is. Life be crazy. Oh, let me also shout everybody out here. Soup is on Twitch. Thank you so much. You've been an incredible part of my community. It feels like forever, but I'm just so thankful that you stumbled upon my channel thanks to Fallout. And Lady Faz, it's so nice. It's so nice to see you. So nice to meet you. Hi, Darren. Welcome in. Pacific Northwest. Let's go. Let's go. Is it cold out there right now? And Lady Faz, are you like a horror streamer? Do you play a lot of Phasmophobia, or is it just your hair is cute? Thank you. You just finished it. Nice. GG's, you guys. GG's. Vince, dude, hi. I blame Laura for sending me here. Wow, Darren. Wow. The absolute shade and the disrespect. Captain Phasma from Star Wars. Oh my gosh. Lady Faz. Lady hot nerd. Nerd alert. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're currently doing as much of a lore run as we possibly can for Fallout New Vegas before Season 2 of Fallout on Prime comes out. And then on Saturday, December 20th, I'm starting my first ever content switch up of starting a new game of Fallout 3 and using a D20 to determine my fate in the wasteland. So it's called Roll for Special, and if you like Fallout, and if you like Dungeons and Dragons, and you like chaos, please give me a follow and follow my journey, because I have no idea how this is going to turn out, but I'm excited to try it. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I do anonymous follows, but I see you, and I'm just very appreciative. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, Soup, I don't have a Costco membership. I do not have a Costco membership, so I don't even know if it's in stock. No clue. Hoss, how have you been, Vince? How have you been? What's new? What's new in the life of you? Oh shit, we got more rad scorps. All right, all right. Oh, you got 3? Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. That's very sweet. Oh, you got 3. You'll hold one for you. No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that, Soup. Enjoy them. Enjoy them. I'm sure they're around. I'll have to ask my mom to go into Costco and see if they're there, but I don't know if she'll find them. Azzy! Hello, darling. How have you been? Oh, so many cuties are in here. I'm like, what did I do to deserve this? What did I do to deserve such kindness and thoughtfulness? And your presence-ness. Nice foot. Nice foot.
Did you see that?
Whoa.
That crazy bitch just attacked me out of nowhere.
I did see that. Any idea why?
No, none at all. We've been traveling together since I picked her up a few days ago, and she's been friendly this whole time. We'd actually been flirting a little when she suddenly pulled a gun out and began yelling at me to hand my cash over.
Good night, Faz. Sweet dreams. Have a fantastic evening. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. And thank you again. Lucky Charm necklace.
Yeah, every once in a while you can find a cap with a blue star on it. They're pretty rare, so I started collecting them. Once I had enough, I made a necklace out of them.
Oh my gosh, Soup, please get some rest. Got my weekend off. Need the rest. We all need the rest. Trust and believe. All sorts of nasty people are looking for caps like those. You'd be safer if you got rid of them.
Really? I had no idea. And here I've been carrying them all this time, never knowing how dangerous they were. What do you think I should do with them? Bury them or something?
I can hold on to them for you. I'm not worried about the people that are looking for them.
They're all yours. I sincerely hope they work better for you than they did for me.
Thanks, Thomas. I'll be lurking up for you. I hope you have a wonderful and fantastic. Thank you, Soup. Thank you so much for the raid. Double raid, actually. Double raid.
People call me Forrest.
You are new here. Welcome, Darren. Happy to have you. I feel like I need more energy weapons because I'm using quite a bit of that. Sneak needs work. We'll do that as well. Done. Should we kill him? We gotta take that. We gotta take that. Exit. What's his journal? What's his journal say? What's his journal say? The last entry reads, things finally seem to be turning around. Oh, I feel bad for manipulating him now. I made nice bundle of caps turning in some scrap in the last town I passed, and now I have a new traveling companion. Her name is Jacqueline, and she's pretty cute. I'm not going to get ahead of myself here, but things are looking up. And to think I was actually beginning to doubt the power of my lucky necklace. Aww. What a sweet bean. He's too pure for this wasteland. He's too pure. Where's Jacqueline's body, though? Here she is. Oh, she's got 2 blue caps. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see. What a cute little ballerina foot she's got. She was cute. Rip. Oh, am I cucumbered now? No. What's going on here? Why am I walking so slow? Hello? What did I press? I don't know. She even has skin. I feel like the luckiest guy in the wasteland. Well, did you press the RP walk button? What's that? Oh, yeah, probably. So I'm not sprinting anymore, right? Yeah, alright. That's what it was. Nothing is worse than ripping a bowl than hearing your neighbors above walk around. What do you mean? You don't like... Are your neighbors not fans? Welcome to Nipton. How do I get rid of this RP button? Hi, Oliver Swanek. We did hear about Spaceballs too. Oh, he's so stoked. Did he win a lottery or something?
Yeah! Who won the lottery? I did! Smell that air! Couldn't you just drink it like booze?
Stand back! Hello! Are you feeling alright?
Are you kidding me?
Bougie. Also, how are you? Oh, it's like 1 a.m. here, so oh, well, it's Friday night. People are, you know, getting a little frisky. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, so many late cuties coming in here. Ring, ring. Hello there. My name is Hal, and I was wondering if this is the Baddie Hotline. Thank you for calling the Baddie Hotline. This is Miss Megzie here to take any requests for a price. Neglected standing. Oh. Are you doing some stuff? Oh, frisky. Vince, nice timing. What sort of lottery did you win?
What lottery? The lottery. That's what lottery.
Whoa now.
Only lottery that matters. Oh my God, smell that air.
This man is jizzing his pants. This man is absolutely jizzing his trousers. Are you a powder ganger?
Powder ganger? What? I mean, yeah,
Oh, the creep cam is definitely broken.
no more. Powder gang is small time, man. I'm a winner. I won the motherfucking lottery.
Oh, is it not legal where you're at, Wookie?
Bye.
Bye. Where's he going? Where's he going? Hey, get over here. Should we let him go? I usually always kill him. Oh, is he gonna get attacked by a rad scorpion? Let's see. Let's see how this pans out.
No.
Oh, yeah, he's a little bitch. He's fleeing? Hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, Oliver. You want to hear a hot take? Sure. He's going back to Nipton? Dude, they just let you go. He's fleeing. He's fleeing. Oh, he got a lottery ticket. Okay. I'll let him go. I'll let him go. That ass, though. Jesus. Like a glove. I don't think he's gonna last long out there, guys. We should just let him go. Expedition 33 is a good game, but it hasn't won. I haven't played it. I've heard a lot of great reviews, and even Todd Howard said it's his favorite game of the year. Or did he say of all time? I can't remember. Take a lap. Only if you take one with me. You know who we should ask to tell to take a lap? This guy. This guy should totally take a lap. Hey.
What is it this time?
What happened to this town?
The Legion happened. What the fuck's it look like?
Why are you here?
I don't know. I just love it here. What the fuck do you think, asshole? Prize for second place was I got to live, but they beat my fucking legs with hammers. I'm fucking crippled, get it?
I can spare some MedX.
And you're a fucking dream come true, ain't you? How much you gonna give me?
No doses with this attitude.
Big fucking deal. Hand it over.
How'd you survive?
Luck, that's how. I'm just that
Todd's favorite game is Skyrim because he got to sell so many times. Hi, Sue.
That asshole Swanick took first place, so him they let walk.
Tell me about this lottery.
Like we came to Nipton to play.
Arc Raiders? I've seen a lot of people been playing that too.
NCR troopers who come to town to get laid. Had it all worked out with the scumbag mayor. We were going to ransom them off, keep their weapons for ourselves. A nice score.
How'd your plan go wrong?
We get in position, and next thing we know, we're surrounded by those fucking Legion freaks. They dragged us and everybody else into the center of town. And that asshole with a dog on his head, he starts talking about how we're bad people.
Hi. How have you been? It's been a minute.
Not all of us.
Oh, game volume's low? Thank you. Thanks for letting me know.
Fucking lottery ticket.
Better? What happened after everyone got a lottery ticket?
What do you think? He started drawing tickets and that's how people got punished. First up was the lucky losers. They got decapitated. Guess that's lucky cause
I need to check that one out. I haven't seen a second of it. Oh, Expedition 33? I haven't seen it either.
Third place runners up got enslaved. I got the fuck beat out of my legs in the winter.
What happened to the mayor?
Him? When his ticket came up, they burned him alive on a pile of tires.
Yikes. You said some of the people were enslaved?
Yeah, a bunch of those Legion fucks dragged them off right away. They were headed east, if you're feeling heroic.
I'll see what I can do to save them.
Don't act like you'd be doing me a favor. I don't give a fuck.
Wow. Alright, let's talk about something else.
What?
I need to get going.
Bye.
Booted. Rescue the captives. I'm gonna see if I kill him, if it's gonna fuck with Powderganger reputation. Because this guy's a dick. Say something to me, punk. Say something. Say something. Give me a reason to pull this trigger. Give me a fucking reason, boxcars. What kind of name is boxcars anyway? You shove boxcars up your asshole? Do you shove them up your booty? And then say, hey, my name is Boxcars because I got boxcar race cars in my ass. I think that's why. I'm just trying to... You're not saying boxcars fit in the old rectum like a glove. That's for sure. He likes the feeling of toy cars in his box. What was I gonna say? You like it here? I'm glad you like it here. Well, Megzie, a little kindness before you kill him? I gave him a Med X. Are you gonna do Universal Studios? I was gonna hope to do Knott's Berry Farm. I haven't done Knott's Berry Farm Christmas yet. I'm glad Expedition 33 got good recognition, but it's a bit ridiculous that they swept so hard. More games should have won. I'm really liking the direction of Ghost of Yote. I do love me a cozy box. He's not talking. Is he high? Say something, bitch! How did he scream after he was dead? Oh shit! Okay, so I have to finish this quest first. Then I can kill him. Cause I don't want quests are important, you guys. Quests are important. Kapow. Oh my god. Oh shit!
The star, the price is right.
Bob Barker. How do I turn my run back on? Still can't find it in my heart to play Expedition 33 though. Turn-based combat. Oh, it's turn-based. Shit. Yeah, I don't think that that's my speed. I don't think that's my speed. Like Bob the Builder. I didn't even play the game and glad they cleaned it up. Gameplay. Cinematic, kill cam, hardcore mode off, difficulty north, save on wait, save on travel. Well, how? Oh, shit. I don't know. Don't let the turn-based put you off. I don't like turn-based either, but Expedition 33 is amazing. I just got so frustrated with Baldur's Gate, too, that I'm like... Shit, how do I do this? I did the wrong thing here. There we go. And the ability to dodge and parry at any time makes turn-based not a non-issue for me. Oh, I didn't know they offered hardcore. That would be fun and so hard. Eventually, I want to try to play hardcore on both New Vegas and Fallout 4. And it would be like a drink for every death, drink for every time they say something like wandering the Mojave makes you almost wish for a nuclear winter, that kind of thing. But that would be far down after I started the roll for special. The roll for special. Oh, what did I press? What did I do? Oh, it's caps lock. Okay. All right. Much easier now. Okay. Baldur's Gate I liked because I'm familiar with D&D. 33 combat's like an old JRP where two teams line up. Yeah, I guess it's just preference. But that's interesting. I had no idea it was a turn-based game. No clue. Oh, Final Fantasy is that kind of game too? I've never played a Final Fantasy game. Never. Never have I ever. But I don't know if it would be my thing. I've watched quite a few people play it, but I'm not sure if that's something that I'd be interested in.
I hate goodbyes.
Darren, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Have a great evening if I don't see you, but I'll be live tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you then. Okay. Nothing here. Let's get the hell out. Let's go talk to the Legion. Also not fully because you dodge and parry. Person appears to be near death. To remove them from the cross would kill them. Oh boy. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus.
Don't worry. I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these degenerates. It's useful that you happen by. I want you to witness the fate of the town of Nipton, to memorize every detail. And then, when you move on, I want you to teach everyone you meet the lesson that Caesar's Legion taught here. Especially any NCR troops you run across.
Oh. What lessons did you teach here?
Where to begin? That they are weak and we are strong? This much was known already. But the depth of their moral sickness, their dissolution, Nipton serves as the perfect object lesson.
Oh, okay. I'll give it a shot, Matrix, eventually. Thank you.
Nipton was a wicked place, debased and corrupt. It served all comers, so long as they paid. Profligate troops, powder gangers, men of the Legion, such as myself. The people here didn't care. It was a town of whores. For a pittance, the town agreed to lead those it had sheltered into a trap. Only when I sprang it did they realize they were caught inside it too.
You captured everyone?
Yes, and herded them to the center of town. I told them their sins, the foremost being disloyalty. I told them that when legionaries are disloyal, some are punished, the others made to watch. And I announced the lottery. Each clutched his ticket, hoping it would set him free. Each did nothing, even when loved ones were dragged away to be killed.
You slaughtered? So he's gonna say people weren't innocent. Fatal! Hi!
Ha! Innocent. Hardly. Cowardly, though. They outnumbered us. Yet not once did they try
No
to
rolls yet. That starts on the 20th.
They stood and watched as their fellows
Just
were
lore
butchered,
games.
crucified, and burned. One by one. They stood and hoped their turn would not come. Each cared only for himself.
Wow.
As are all crimes, if you feel strongly about it, attack us. And soon you won't feel a thing.
Huh. So is this where Caesar's Legion is? Over this in this overpass? All right, I forgot. How could you forget? You absolute imbecile. Just kidding. How are you? How's your Friday going? Honestly, I forgot what day it was, so don't feel bad. Can I shoot this in half? Nope. No, you cannot. The Appian Way? In which Fallout? Two very sketchy horror movies? Oh, what made them sketchy? Oh, son of a... hell? Oh! Okay. Are there more? Oh, yes. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Oh! Oh my god. My face was in that one. Alright, I need a doctor's bag. Oh my god. Okay. That was really awful. What an idiot. I was too slow. Too slow. What made them... Why were they sketchy? Were they like snuff films? Oh. So it probably felt very snuff-esque. Yeah. Horror movies, not really a big horror movie person myself. I like more like dramatic, not dramatic, but jump scares. And ghosty, demony horror movies, not like, I don't know, not super gory or demented kind of horror movies. Where the hell am I now? Keeper? Which one's Keeper? Wolfhorn Ranch? Okay, Raul, you keep scaring the absolute crap out of me. What's over here? We found a new town, folks. With the church. I see the steeple. Uh-oh, we got some flying birds up here. Osgood guy that made the monkey and Longlegs. Oh, I haven't seen Longlegs. Again, I don't watch a lot of horror. But I know a lot of people liked it. Greg said I'd probably like it. Weird, fun horror. Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, is that the airport? McCarran Airport? Definitely worth a watch. Okay. I know Greg's been wanting to watch a lot of movies with me. Oh, I think this is a highly irradiated place. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I do anonymous follows here. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for...
That would be, yeah.
Hang on there, traveler. You'll want to steer clear of this place. The whole town's irradiated to high hell.
Filled with radiation. Why are you here, bro?
I was stationed at Camp Searchlight before the incident. I've since taken it upon myself to keep travelers away from the area.
Oh, what happened?
Some legionaries snuck into the camp and set off some kind of radiation bomb. I don't know where they got it, but it was damn effective. Killed almost everyone and turned the rest into ghouls.
Oh, how'd you survive?
I was out on patrol at the time, so
the pith helmet's radiation, no worries.
There were a few others.
Block radiation, yeah.
Including some of my superiors.
Uh-oh.
Radiation poisoning and attacks by the Legion, they all died out.
Oh. How did they get into the camp?
I don't know, unfortunately. There may be clues somewhere inside the camp, but I'm not about to run in there to find out.
Can I ask you something else? Where should I go?
Head north toward Novak. Look for a big dinosaur. Can't miss it.
Why?
Because it's a far safer place to be than here.
Oh. Okay, bye.
Ma'am?
Ma'am? Did he just ma'am me? How dare he ma'am me? Like he knows me? He doesn't know who I am.
Thank God you're here.
Golfy!
Where have you been, bitch?
Ma'am! if I've been talking about you. Are you okay? Do I want a broken build? Maybe eventually, but right now I'm just trying to get to as much lore as I can before the season 2 comes out. Aww. You watched the VOD? Well, let me know if there's any way I can help. Let me know if there's any way I can help. Alright, how can I get through... Everyone, at least you're here, because I was getting real worried. I didn't hear from you, and I was like, oh shit. Let's see how far I can get without dying. Is that a ghoul?
Let's dance.
Oh, they are ghouls. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. There we go. I wasn't feeling very well today. I had to take a long nap. Yeah. I can imagine. Well, we're here from you, Golfy, and, you know, we care about you, and you don't have to go through this alone. Storage area. Alright. Is there any rad suit? Oh! Hello?
Who the fuck are you?
I could ask you the same thing.
Name's Logan. What the hell do you want?
Why the hostility?
Look, I don't need your shit. Either get out of the way or things are gonna get rough. Howdy.
Yo.
What do you want now?
Are you looking for something?
That's none of your damn business.
Maybe I can help.
Look, if you really want to help, either get the fuck out of our way or hack that damn computer over there.
Why?
The location of some radiation suits. I found an inventory list that says they should be here, but I can't seem to find them anywhere.
Uh-huh.
The computer should know what happened to them.
Okay.
Yeah, you do that.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you shit. Let's see if we can find it first try. First try. Questing. 4 out of 8. That's pretty good. Trusting? No. Shit. Well, I want you. I've been feeling so like helpless, and I'm sure you have too, Golfy. So I'm glad that you popped in, even though you're having a really, really, really hard day. But you know you're not alone. You know you're not alone, and you're cared about. That guy's a real attitude problem for someone who wants a computer hacked, right? He's not getting this information. That attitude? Absolutely not. Bacon! 2 bits. Thank you so much for the 2 biddies. How you doing? Happy Friday. It's Friday, getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Friday, getting near on Friday. Partying, fun. Alright, where are these radiation suits? Log entry. Camp Searchlight Quartermaster. Supplies being shipped to the camp recently are lower than usual. I asked the comm officer if there were any problems with the communications, and he insisted that everything was fine. I contacted our supply base, and it was simply told that our inventory requests were being filled, and that every item on my request list has been shipped to the camp. Either I'm being lied to, or someone is intercepting my shipments. I'll have to look into this matter further. So he's being gaslit. fried egg. Men love. Oh my god. During my off-duty hours, I decided to investigate the trade route being used to bring supplies to the camp. I met a traveler on the road and asked him if he'd seen any NCR supplies around for Camp Searchlight. He told me he'd seen some NCR crates being moved somewhere outside of Nipton, but didn't know where they were being taken. He also mentioned that the men with the supplies didn't look like NCR soldiers. Next time I have enough, I'll have to make my way to Nipton to see if anyone here knows where the supplies are. Well, we got into the safe. Bottle cap. Exit. Logan?
What do you want now?
I found the location of the radiation suits.
Tell you what. Bring us those suits and you can come with us while we loot the town. You can keep a share.
I'd better get a bigger share for this.
Alright, fine. But you gotta bring us those suits first.
Can I ask you something else? Bye.
Bye.
Radaway, Radex, and Radex. Oh, that's Cat Eye.
Howdy.
Howdy. Now he's real friendly. He's being friendly as hell. Alright, let's head back over to Nipton. Get those rad suits. I don't remember seeing radiation suits in here, though. You know? Have I already been in here? Footlocker. A big iron on his hip. Let's see. I'm really off. I'm side questing like a mother. This is just... I can't help it. This is what oh, what happened in here? Jeez. Okay, where are these? So they were taken, so they're NCR crates towards Nipton. But I honestly do not remember seeing them in here. Solid amount of loot for early game. The hell is that? I think there are wolves in here, right? I'm scared. Shit. Hello? Anyone home? Aw, he tried to hide in a stall. You sweet summer child. There they are. Damn. I hate this. I hate this so much. Zoo, how have you been though? What's new? What's new, pussycat? Well, I think I already asked you, but I want to ask again. I'm going to ask you as many times as I damn please. Whoa, 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 whoa. Pussycat, pussycat, oh, I love you. Are these the crates? So crates? Raoul is in the quarry. on Black Mountain. It's the first time I've ever done that quest because I've always skipped Quarry. Been too chicken shit, but I have a feeling that they're gonna accidentally end up in the Quarry in the show. Good night, Uncle Jesse. Thanks for lurking. Big fan. You're amazing. And you have better hair than me. Jeez. Ow. Mm-hmm. You do. Where are these damn creeps? I feel like there's a bomb in here somewhere.
This crouch walking is hell on my back, boss.
There it is. Oh, fuck. I still... I thought I got it. I thought I got it. Son of a bitch. So stupid. I knew it was there. No. You and your pussycat eyes. You and your pussycat nose. You and your pussycat. Nuka-Cola. Working on a schedule so I can stream regularly. Oh, nice. Excellent, dude. I bet it's gotta be hard with a kid. It's hard enough with like animals and a spouse, you know? So hopefully it works out. Ah! And you can find some time for yourself. Very easy, alright. Why was this door locked? There's nothing in here. Nothing in here. How stupid. Mayor? 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 Book of Science? Mentats? Oh, there's a lot in here. Mainframe connection. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. I just did it, though. Tony was kind enough to build his terminal and set it up for me. All for 30 caps worth of Rosie. Ha! The life of a mayor suits me just fine. I'm glad I didn't go any further east. I'm making plenty of caps right here off Rosie and Sylvia, who attract plenty of interest from the troops at the Mojave Outpost. Oh. Here's why Caesar's Legion decided to do what they did. Guess you spend enough time standing around that backwater and you're ready to hop on something that looks like a mole rat and doesn't smell like much better. Whoa. That's mean. And the local shops are giving me a percentage of sales to the troops because it's my girls who bring them in. Ha! They think they're shrewd negotiators for getting me to accept a 15% cut instead of 20%. Another year in this dump, 2 at the most, and it's back to the hub for me. Maybe I'll run for office there. Prison break. High roller. A promising development if I do say so myself. It seems things went to hell at NCR Correctional and escaped prisoners are roaming free. Sounds like a bad thing, and would be, if not for political acumen and interpersonal alchemy of yours truly, Mayor Joseph B. Steen, Esquire. I sent the gyms out to make contact with the prisoners, or powder gangers, rather. They insist on this name, to let them know Nipton's open for a trade, with free turns with the girls as door prizes. Yikes! Ha! You know, they went for that deal as sold by Little Jim. Anyway, Big Jim, R.I.P. I see a lot of potential here so long as I can keep the NCR troops and the Powders from running into each other and shooting it out in the streets. Luckily, the troopers only come at night. So, oh, double entendre, gross. If the Powders will still only come during the day, again, I will have them coming a third time, the charm, and going. Jeez, this guy. Hi, fat boy. I can hardly believe my luck. Literally, I'm agape. Just now I approached my rather intense young man calling himself Mr. Fox. Yeah, right. When we were alone in my office, he let it be known that he's a member of Caesar's Legion. He knew that NCR troops and powder gangers often spend time in Nipton. It turns out that the Legion hates and wishes to make an example of both groups, the NCR for obvious reasons, and powder gangers for harassing Legion raiding parties on this side of the river. I didn't have to think a moment about Mr. Fox's proposition before accepting it. All I have to do is convince the Powders to kidnap NCR troops at night. When both groups are in town, the Legion boys will scoop everyone up. Ha. Wow. For this simple task, I have been offered 8,000 caps. I could almost go back to the NCR right away, but who knows how much else I might make off this Legion lackey. I'm going to start stockpiling some supplies in a safe house between here and the Mojave outpost, just in case I decide to head back home in a hurry. Very exciting. Sign with a steady hand on the keyboard, Super Mayor Joseph. Wow, this guy. Absolute piece of shit. No wonder. No wonder. A lot of good loot here. You weren't kidding. Okay, Rich. Damn it. What's in there? So he said he put supplies in a house between here and the outpost. So Mojave outpost is where? I think it's like in between here. Okay, Rich. All right, let's go take a pissa. Just saw my name. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. Ooh, voice app. Yeah, did someone say gape? Absolutely. The mayor is a gape. Let's get out of here. Leave around incriminating evidence. You know, it's a different time. Did they think some people were going to be hacking their mainframe in the wasteland? I don't think so. Okay, so where is the outpost? He said a house between here and the outpost. So I think it's this way. It says somewhere in a house between here and the Mojave outpost. So I think, is this where the people are shaking hands? Where the hell is that? I haven't said that in forever. I miss being a degen. I miss you being a degen. I know it's hard to be a degen when you're dealing with so much bullshit. The other way? Did I miss it? You sure? Oh! Ash! Ashy Washy! Raiders! Hi! Hello! Thank you so much. You've been playing Expedition 33. Thank you for that shout out to Ash. Everyone, if you're not following Ash vs. Evil Bread right now, you better go frickin' do it, or else I will shove my fist up your gape. Thank you so much for the raid. How is your stream? How are you? It's so good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. Tell me all about it. We're here to party Vegas style, whatever. It's just kind of funny how inner monologue it is. Like, here's the whole evil plan and the location of my hiding place. Would be a shame if anyone found out. I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. I've been working incredibly long hours and I'm so exhausted, but I'm having so much fun playing this game. I had to plan a company party and it was just me and one other person, and it was like a 95 person party. It was a lot. It was a very, very heavy lift, but it was last night and it's finally over. And now all I have to do is just do some returns. So it's good. I'm ready for the holidays only because I have like a week and a half off. So how are you? Are you ready for the holidays? And also welcome in Raiders. My name is MissMegzie. I stream Fridays and Saturdays, and I am now a full-time Fallout creator. Welcome to the new vault, Vault 885. AKA the Boob Vault. I hope you've been well. Thank you so much, Ash. If you're sleepies and you got to get some rest, please go take care of yourself. We're just vibing. We're trying to do as much lore stuff as possible. Boob 135. The Mojave Outpost. Where is it? Oh! Fuck! Raul! That hurt. That almost threw my back out. What's he doing that shit for? Oh my god. Biggs! Hello, friend. How are you? Is the outpost this way? It's so nice seeing you. Oh my god. Oh yeah, it is that way. Okay. House between here and the outpost. So... what the hell was that? There's a man over here. There's a man over here running from the scorpion. Wait! It's still the powder ganger who won the lottery. What's he doing?
Don't worry, boss. With my cataract.
The day is finally over and it's finally Friday, and I'm so excited that I can finally rest this weekend. What the hell? And this guy's still here? Thomas, what is going on? What are these people doing? Who the hell? I can't wait to sleep till 9. I mean, that's a sleep-in if you ask me. That's absolutely a sleep-in. I feel like this is a house between here and there. But I don't see no stinking supplies other than ammo. Maybe even more? Maybe even more near the outpost? That's how you know you're old. We're just tired, man. I feel like millennials have just been on survival mode for their whole existence, and we're just like, you know, something's got to give. And if it's just sleeping until 9, I'll take it. The day's treating me well. How about you, Biggs? How's your health been? Where's this frickin' outpost? Oh. Maybe over here? I need to get these damn suits. You know, you wake up Monday morning, you see 2 airplanes take down physical representation of capitalism, and you're never the same. So true. What's happening? Who's... Oh my god. Oof, my health. In general, it's been alright. Mentally, not too much. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nipton Road Rest Stop. This seems legit.
I guess old guys are tougher than we look, huh?
Were you in school, or did you get to go home during 9/11? My mom was like, well, you're staying at school. Oh. I can hardly believe my luck. Literally, I'm agape. I just now was approached by a rather intense young man calling himself Mr. Fox. Yeah, right, when we were alone in my office. Okay, wait. Why are we seeing this twice? Why are we seeing this? Did he write it in his journal too? All these motherfuckers gaping. Why is he so gapey? Why is he a gay? Sorry, stop. Oh my god, you watched it in the break room. You were at work. I was in school, 7th grade. All these motherfuckers gaping at me. Classic Friday night. I woke up wondering why my mom was watching an action movie. Oh no, that's terrible. Was that his journal? Am I tripping? Items, miscellaneous, data. Yeah, he wrote it twice. So I feel like I'm close. If his journal was here. Because he's a gape. Oh, it's a gun cabinet. Shit! Bottle cap. Oh, caps. Alright, don't mind if I do. Where the shit are these fucking... Johnny! Welcome in. How have you been? Good to see you. Are you agape tonight? Are you super agape? Who's gaping? We're all gaping. We're gaping so hard right now. We're so agape. Have you ever been more agape? Open box, open crate. Oh, Sunset Sarsaparilla, yeah. More Sunset Sarsaparilla? Why is it in a poison? Where's the suits? Where's the fucking suits at? I need to know. And if you're not, why? Fully gaped. I'm so gape. A gaping I shall go. I've never been more gaped than I am right now. It's because we're in the desert, okay? We are in the Mojave Desert, and there's only one way to be when you're in that place, and that's a gape. Take a lesson from old gapey mayor of Nipton. All right. Calls the FCC. Yes, hello. We have Jackson level infraction happening here. Also, thank you for the follow. I do anonymous follows here. Feel free to introduce yourself or not and just stay agape in the shadows. I have a feeling that it was a lie. That all of these suits don't exist. Gaped, bothered, not in my lane. Not in my lane. I'm so agape, I'm practically agog. Good lord. Alright, let's head over to Mojave Outpost. I'm so agape. I simply can't wait. Damn shame that line didn't come up before coming across a giant hole with big ants crawling out of it. Wouldn't that have been nice? Wouldn't that have been very nice? Those SAT flashcards really paying off now. Did you ever think that you would ever use them again in your life? Like long division and can't even say it. Algebra? What the hell happened? Did I have a stroke? It's weird that I have such good memories of the hills that I feel nostalgic looking at them. I used to patrol that road, pick off ferals with the ranged sniper. Did you ever wish for a nuclear winter when you would, you know, patrol? Sensor module and a conductor. Weird algebra like Yankovic. You're up late, Mr. C. Can't sleep? Oh, what's up with all this? What are all these barrels? Do a barrel roll. Why aren't these rolls barreling? I mean, barreling. Why aren't these barrels rolling? I could have all looked at that hole and been like, damn, they really put their whole ussy in it. Ussy. Look at all these motorcycles. Rocks, they're for you. Because you're exhausted. Oh, man. Hey, dude.
Coming from the north? Must be crazy to brave those roads.
I am crazy. I am crazy. Okay.
What? There's no way. We're miles from the Colorado. They aren't even waiting for the dam to fall.
Nope.
They're already inside the borders.
I'm hoping that a nice dose of Megzie helps gear me down. Oh.
Thanks for bringing the word. Even if the news is bad, I'll let the men know.
Let the men know that we are agape, okay? And we'd love for them to participate. Look at all these agape skeletons. Sure am, sir. This is a courtesy reminder to everyone that Weird Al was a valedictorian at his high school. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. Let's go talk to the really pale lady up here on the roof. Let's see what she's up to.
You a courier? If so, this might be your lucky day.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
Walking a bit, and your eyes are good.
Depends on the work.
I think there's trouble in Nipton.
There is.
No traffic from there on the roads. And while I can explain that away, the smoke from the town I can't. I'm sure it's been hit. What I need to know is if they survived it. Might be powder gangers with all that smoke in the air. If there's anybody left, they'd be in the Nipton town hall. Go there. Check it out.
I walked through a post-nuclear wasteland looking for a giant poker chip. A jackass shot me in the head and a robot saved me. People said I was crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Makes sense. He sang a song about the pancreas and snuck in a verbose description of gravity. Wow. Verbose. We're using words like verbose right now at almost midnight. It's already been there. Nipton was attacked by the Legion.
Legion this far west? You're fucking kidding me. That's not outside the border. They're moving in, and fast. Nipton wasn't the most friendly town, but... Alright.
Where's that damn mayor who's a gape? I'm ready to fist it. Fist the gape. Did you have friends?
In Nipton?
Oh.
Hell no. Town was a shithole, asking to be burned. Just not by Legion. Nobody deserves that. Well, thanks for hoofing it there and back, even if it was bad news. Wish we could spare the troops to go hunting, but orders are to stay
He also
put.
seems really to
Fucking
enjoy
Mojave's going to hell.
mold
I
and
can do is sit here
fungus
and
living in the
watch.
fridge, foil, germs. Clear. Thoroughly enjoyed biograms.
Thanks for the assist.
You're welcome.
Others around here had your drive.
This is the NPC dialogue that never ends. It goes on. This is the NPC dialogue that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started ringing it, not knowing what it was, and people started reading it forever just because it is the dialogue that never ends. Let's talk to this cutie. Hey, Cass.
Looking for trouble?
Always. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, keep those eyes up and turning, or I'll set them spinning.
Oh, we got an
Got no time
ad.
for gawkers, or anyone looking for something I ain't selling.
Added. How about a drink?
How about a drink? How about a couple is what you mean. Drinking to forget, and it's only getting me mad.
Did she say jerking to forget?
Whiskey
Because,
always gets my
A?
temper up now more than ever. Drinking used to cause all sorts of trouble back west. Before I punched enough people, that is.
Oh man,
And they
she's a
learned to
real
lay low when the
fister.
whiskey hit.
She's a real fister. What are you trying to forget, honey?
Lost my caravan heading north. The driver burned to ash. And they didn't even take the cargo. They just burned that too.
Why would they do that?
My guess is Legion. They're trying to cut
I should
NCR
call her
supply line,
Sedge.
And the Mojave outpost is proof.
Fudge the
Honestly,
fabric
it's better than
sale?
a New Vegas
What?
version. No caravans in, out, and just try our
How much did that put you back, Jayhawker? Because fast food's so expensive right now.
No shit, you washed out old fuck up. I didn't need a Brotherhood scribe to tell me that.
Who's Jackson?
NCR officer, trooper, whatever, runs the place. He's over in the main building, the one without a bar. Jackson won't let me head north. It's not safe. And even though my caravan's gone, my caravan papers are keeping me here. So if you came here for work, my advice, go find the Crimson Caravan branch south of Vegas. They can help you out.
I haven't explored Freeside, but are you talking about Fisto? I know about Fisto. We didn't go into the casino yet. I wanted to ask you something else.
What's on your mind?
Why are you here?
Whiskey and me are old friends. Keeps me going
Whiskey.
when
This
times
is
get
this
hard.
is gas
Like
prices'
now.
soulmate.
Got me into the caravan business, you know. Had to start transporting water instead of liquor, though.
Liquor? I hardly even know her.
My trip with nothing but glass bottles.
Back
rattling
again,
on
check
the
it,
back of the
direct it.
Bron.
Let's begin. Party on, party people. Let me hear some noise. All right, I'll be going. What do you want me
You
to do?
come around like a bad habit. What's on your mind?
What can you tell me about the outpost?
You're looking at it. It's a watering hole without much to brag
At this
about.
point, being measured
It's like
in
a
proof.
Brahmin drive gone wrong. Supposed to be a gate north, but you come here, you get caught in the pen.
I'll come here, all right.
Back home. If you don't have a
Where's
gun and a
Fisto?
will, it don't matter much
We
what
need
you
to
do
introduce Fisto and the Agape guy together, but I guess he was like burnt. That fucking monument?
Don't even tell me you missed it coming in. It's like NCR showing its dick to all the East.
Mhm.
If the Republic
It's
put
a
as
gate.
much effort into protecting the East as they put into those two asinine giants outside, then they'd be worth that monument. Statues of two men shaking hands covered in
Oh, Johnny guitar. Covered in blood?
I'm speaking figurative. Isn't any blood on their damn hands. Of course, when Caesar comes walking through here, there'll be blood for real. And after the blood dries in the sun, he'll
Why
melt
are we
that
talking
piece
about
of
blood
jet
right
into
now?
sculpture
Dicks to
down
the east
and
for
reshape it into a bull, which by my
She's
reckoning
69
is
proof.
enough for a
She's
deficiency of his. But no matter
bulletproof.
what the state of his pecker, he's sure giving the West a good fucking.
Oh my god! The mouth on this lass.
One's a ranger, one's an NCR trooper, supposed to represent unification of West and East, or some such shit. As far as those two iron lovebirds go, they've got more spine you'll see in a year from the NCR government.
I think they're both rangers. One desert, one NCR.
Maybe you're right. Brimtats always throw me off.
Assholes to the east, dickheads to the west. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
What's on your mind?
Any work?
If you're looking to sign on with the caravan, no. Traders are bottled up tight here. Caravan works up north. Check with the Crimson Caravan, maybe. Gunrunners might have work. Wouldn't know for sure, though.
Gunrunners?
Still, if you got a gun, guts, and feeling like going on patrol, might be some of the soldiers around here have work for you.
Running and gunning sounds interesting.
Jackson might have something
Stuck
for you
in
if
the
you have
middle
already
with
spoken to old
Gooch.
Buzzard. He was looking to try to get troops to clear the North Road. You can find him over in the other building. The one without a bar.
Any other work?
I don't know. Seems to be a lot of attention on Nipton. Word is, one of the snipers in the nest on the roof spotted smoke from the east.
$15? Wow, that's actually cheap.
Yeah, her name's Ghost or something.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Scary. Ooh. Guess it's because you'll never see her till you're dead.
No, because she's as white as a ghost, Cass.
Damn nicknames. As if Caesar himself's gonna piss and run.
Love how we keep it classy.
Anyway, go on and head up top. Ask her what's going on.
Oh, you want me to head on top, you say? Are you saying you're a bottom? Is your bottom agape? Alright, bye.
You take care now.
Oh. Hey, keeping it classy. Keeping it real right and real tight, baby. Anyone to talk to in here? Usually, Cass can be a companion.
Howdy.
Alright, well. I know that one too, Johnny. I know that one too, but come on. Only so many references in 1 minute.
Thanks for the assist. Wish others around here had your drive.
Okay, well, I didn't do it for you. I just so happened to stumble upon Nipton, okay? So, what's over here? I only gape for bombshells. You take the high road. Why can't I go this way? Who has the key? Who has the key to my heart? Oh man, guys, thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight. I've been really needing some time with some friends. It's been a long week. It's been a real long week. Good night, Vince. Aquí? ¿Dónde? Aquí?
Hey there. Need anything?
Yeah, do you have...
Sure. Here's what I got.
Do you have a... What's it? A frickin'... No, you don't have a radiation suit. Shit. I'm gonna let all these Brahmin out. Because these animals don't deserve to be caged.
Think I'll go home now.
Good night, Vince. Thanks for using the good night channel point. I'm pretty tired. I guess I'll go home now. There's still just some Brahmin in a cage. Despite all your age, you're a two-headed cow in a cage.
Caravan, citizen, courier.
A courier.
Just need something for the logbook, keeping tabs on traffic throughout the outpost. Although mostly just in, not out these days. If you're looking for the commanding officer, he's in the back. Although he's
Does baby got back?
So if you speak with him, keep it short. Also, if you need any gear checked, we can get you up and running again.
Oh, brother. Mom, why are you still awake? I'd like to talk to you about Prim.
Prim? Hayes units is stationed up there. We're having problems with some of the NCRCF convicts. What can I help you with?
Prim has seen better days.
It has. It was a promising trade town before the escape at the correctional facility. Lost a good bit of money at the Vicky and Vance.
Huh, well, would you like to continue to lose more money?
Me? I'm Knight. Major Knight. I've been stuck here dealing with these caravans for ages now, but somebody's got to do it.
Hang on a second. I accidentally scrolled and it messed up my chat. Why are you? Because I've been looking forward to playing games all week to, you know, de-stress. What are you doing? Mom's in chat. Everyone say hi to Mom.
That ain't so bad. If Caesar's Legion decides to push west through Nipton, or Mojave Outpost...
I'm gonna go to sleep soon, though. What can you tell me about the outpost?
NCR border guard duty mostly. It's our job.
Everyone, Mom's gonna teach me how to drive stick on December 28th, so mark your calendars.
Not the best posting or assignment, but it beats being sent east.
Aw, thanks for saying hi to Mom. Anything I can do to help?
Help? Oh, well, you could speak to Ranger Jackson. He might have something for you. He sort of runs things around here. Mostly ends up sending reports back west that aren't filled with the
Way out west. Ba-boo, ba-doop, ba-boo, boop. Hi, Navy Vet. Welcome back. Ash, you're still here? Mom's here, everybody. Everybody. Mom. Be on your best behavior. Don't do anything else or be endangered. I don't know what I'm saying because I am delirious. 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 This guy.
Looks like we got a new visitor in the old Brahmin.
Getting cozy for bed.
People coming here in a hurry.
Are you giggling?
And if you're passing through, you picked a bad time. Road north has gone to hell.
Do you
Let a
think
caravan through.
we could pickle his mustache and it would taste good? Do you think if we like sliced off his upper lip skin and we pickled it and we got some of that, we got all that mustache with it, it would taste good? That's the kind of Do you think I'm pretty? That's the kind of guy that annoys his coworkers one day, wakes up with half a mustache. I feel like his mustache smells like a pickle. I mean, look at the face he's making. You sure seem like you have enough soldiers.
Soldiers, no. Recruits, yes. And the Mojave Outpost has been ordered to have a standing force at the NCR perimeter at all times.
I was thinking that we do unsaturated syrup thing, just grow sugar crystals all the way up that backbone. We make some straight up mustache stalactites. See, the evil thing to do is shave the left side and his right eyebrow. Oh, wow. Wow. You sound frustrated.
Frustrated? No, I have my orders. Signed and approved all the way up the chain from Kimball.
I wonder if we could pickle it.
The outpost isn't a Legion target.
Pickle that mustache. Pickle it.
Like Vegas or the Dam.
What shaped glasses are those? Teardrop, upside down teardrop sunglasses?
Anyway, didn't mean to talk your ear off. Some days, just feel like more requisition.
He's got the tastiest mustache in the whole Mojave. That man reeks of fancy Latin snacks of Blamco mac and cheese. There's just like some cheese powder kernels. Sometimes you giggle about the word gape late at night on a Friday with the internet with your homies, and one of the homies is your mom. This is fine. Listen. Just eat a pickled mustache. Everything's okay.
No, look, I appreciate... you know what? Yes, I could use the help.
Yeah.
You look like you can handle yourself.
Only if you pickle your mustache for me.
That means clearing a...
Okay.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Come back here when you're done. I might accidentally lose some supplies to pay you with.
Where are you holding those loose supplies? In your gape?
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
We can pickle back the pickle stash. Absolutely. Absolutely we can, Ash. Pickle your mustache for me, please, kid. It's crazy. Ooh, crack. I think we could make sauerkraut out of his mustache, to be completely fair. We're gonna crowd. We're gonna crowd it out loud. We're gonna crowd. We're gonna scream and shout. Well, in his younger years, he did front a band Pickleback, but they weren't well. He was trying to get everyone to try his mustache pickle juice. No one wanted it, okay? No one wanted it. Are those Molly Minion shades? No, these are Fallout Vault 33 glasses from Gunner Optics. And they're fantastic. I got mine prescription, but they have sunglass versions. They just have blue light blocking versions. And if you want 15% off, if you're interested in new specs, type !perception in the chat. And you can use my code and my link. Thank you, Mr. C. Thank you, Sarah. Let's dance out. Ah. No. 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 Strength this time. We need one for every we definitely need one for every special. Pickle stash. It was well before his prime. Only the coolest people have those glasses. Back, fiend, back. For David Bowie, I would wear red shoes and dance the blues. Put on your red shoes and dance the blues. Back into the gate from which you came. The center cannot hold. The bold hole of the gaping resilience. The resistance of the gaping abyss that is deep inside the wreckage. Good night, Mom. Love you. Love you, love you, love you. I'm delirious. Execute orders 66 626 67 69 369. Damn, she fine. Suck it to me one more time. Get low. Get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low. To the window. To the gape. When sweat dropped down my... I tried. I'm tired. 800-588-2304. Increase gape by 6-7%. Yes, sweat dripped down my nape. Thank you. Thank you. Necks have napes. Thank you. Sleep deprived Megzie's. Not very funny. Not very smart.
Been doing a lot of good
We
work
have the
out there.
vocabulary.
Set an
Thank
example
you.
for the others. I know Ranger Jackson appreciates it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, wait, what? Oh, wrong guy. Bye.
Goodbye.
I need to talk to Jackson from the Jackson 12. Hello. Bum 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 bum.
Appreciate the help.
I can autocomplete. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the assist. You mentioned a reward.
No, I mentioned you might accidentally get supplied, and I meant it.
Now he's
Allowed to
sassy.
contract mercenaries at the outpost. Still, a requisition form or two can get lost, and they're not going to come check. So here you go, just between us.
A service rifle.
Wish I had more work. Yes. Nothing else on.
All right, bye.
Take care.
Now I have a snipey snipe. Now I have a snipey snipe. Ah. These were the shades. These were the days of the shades. Sir, why does your mustache smell like wet ramen? Oh, God. Oh, okay. You weren't actually asking.
You come around like a bad habit. What's on your mind?
Oh, I thought he would be able to let her go through since I killed those critters. You know... Play it again, Johnny Guitar. Always on the lookout for ballistic shades. I'm always on the lookout for ballistic shades too. That was not good. That one sucked. How do I get the key to this damn gate? That's what I want to know. You riz me next time, I'm sure. Keep shooting. Sure thing, Tix. There isn't one. It's a troll. Are you serious? Hello. So this guy doesn't have one?
Unless my creaky knees give us away.
Raul. You're right. There isn't. There isn't a key to my heart. Mr. Ranger Jackson, give me something to believe in. Yeah, there's nothing beyond the gate anyway. If you no-clip through it, the man... okay. Not some, like, legendary loot or something if you get through it. Wrangler Jackson. Wearing them Wranglers. Wrangler denim. Wrangle me down. Sweat drop down my nape. All these bitches gape. Oh, ski, 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 ski. Oh, ski, ski, god night. Oh, ski, 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 ski. Oh, ski, ski, god night. Stop and wiggle with it. Stop. Time for bed? I do. I thought I was gonna get told to go to bed. Okay. Thank you. I thought I was gonna get in trouble for singing about 369. Greg's gonna be like, young lady, it's time for bed. And I'm gonna say, I don't wanna. Alright, so let's see. Let's see if we can make it back to New Vegas. Vegas, baby. Where the hell is it? The Strip. The Strip. Yes. 369, that's an endurance debuff for about 8 hours. No! Damn it. Peepo shy but has to feed his fam. Get this though, you take the number for the answer to life, the universe, and everything. You factor it. What do you get? 69? That joke is so bad it nuked the game. Rad game tools. No way, it is 6-7. Everything's starting to make sense now. It's all starting to make sense. Well, turns out it was rigged from the start. Absolutely. Okay, good night, Mr. C. I appreciate you being here. I'll see you tomorrow, I hope. Alright, let's go see what we can do.
Submit to a credit check or present your passport before proceeding to the...
Why'd it get so loud all of a sudden? Thank you for using your goodnight credit. Or else.
Trespassers will be shot.
It's still very loud. Why is it so loud? Because a cab? A cab. Because 6'7". Oh, because I gape. Robot? I'll submit.
Thank you, madam. You may proceed.
Let's submit. Let's get to the strip and find our pal Benny. Benny! 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 What a good time to play this song as soon as I enter the strip. Boo-doop, boo-doop. Is it still very low? Oh my god. Oh. This isn't Victor. This is Securitron Mark 1. What are you doing here?
Consider me your personal welcome wagon. Now hear this. The head honcho of New Vegas, Mr. House, is itching to make your acquaintance.
Oh, really?
Just head for the Lucky 38. It's the big old tower shaped like a roulette spinner.
Why is a robot passing on his invitation?
Well, now, it was Mr. House that made Securitrons like me. Seems the least I can do is pass on his message. Don't dawdle. He'll be waiting.
Is the game sound still okay? Oh.
Going to have words with your commanding officer after this.
Why do they call it?
Oh, he's pointing his finger at her. Hold on. This is still pretty low. There we go.
Leaving already?
Hey there, friend.
Oh.
Bit of advice. You look like you could use some protection.
Oh.
Lucky for you, I got what you need. My stock and trade, all kinds of easy-to-hide weapons for slipping into and out of casinos. They won't give you a second glance.
Easy to hide weapons, you say?
Things guards can't spot when they're patting you down or checking for iron at your hip.
Does this have something to do with a gape?
Simple. You can't bring guns into the casino, that's why. They'll strip you to your fists. Sure, they say you get it all back when you leave. Me? I don't like being without a little insurance when it's my caps on the table.
Let's see what you have.
Take a look at these beauties.
A silenced 22? Let's do it. That's a gape. When your heart is filled, among other places, that's a gape. Oh. No, I want it. I want it. If this is just the bee. Hi.
Hey, baby. There's
Let's-
Monorail is just ahead.
The monorail's closed. Shall we go into Gamora? So of course we walk up to a lady.
No one but Omertas are allowed to carry guns into Gamora. Check your weapons with me.
Keep holdout weapons.
You'll get these back on your way out.
Yeah, hey, need some protection? Do you need some protection? Yep. I need to protect my nipples as well. Where am I going? I have no clue. Hello? Where am I going? Same for real. Chafing hordes, yep. We need to protect our nipples at all costs. Where in tarnation am I? Why are there so many doors in here? Hello?
I'm glad they don't just let any motherfucker through the gate. I'm glad they don't just let any motherfucker through the gate. Freeside smells like shit.
Oh. Hello? Can I go inside? Can I come in?
Your ghoul wants to have some fun, he can. We don't discriminate. I wouldn't mind taking a bite of you.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't.
What are you looking at? Hey.
Okay, now's not the time, I suppose. Came from a place called Nipton, so yeah, that's true. The Nips. Precious merchandise. More passion, more energy. Oh, there's all sorts of moaning in my ear holes right now. More passion, more energy.
Find yourself a girl or a guy.
Where am I?
I tell you, not at home is gonna have his day.
Not at home is his name? Oh my god. I don't remember it. Hello?
Hey, nice to meet you. Do you need help with something?
Yeah, what do you do around here?
A little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Is your name Papa Giorgio?
I'm a close friend of some of the family.
Hi, T-Prime.
I do some independent contracting around the casino, and they set me up with this great room.
I want one.
Yeah, bye.
That's it? Where's your toilet? Sir? This looks so sus. You guys, it's Friday night. What are we doing? How are we going to make sure that tonight is extra special? Man, these walls are thin. I thought this was Gamora's.
What the fuck are you looking at?
Oh my god. I'm just a lonely wanderer. I'm just a courier.
I tell you, not at home is gonna have his day.
I'm just a lonely foot soldier of the wasteland. You're eating a muffin. What kind of muffin? How much? Okay, this question gets brought up a lot here, Sora. I don't know if you know this. But how much would someone have to pay you for you to eat a muffin that's been shoved up an asshole? How much would you get paid? Like, did I say how much would you pay? I'm so tired. How? I mean, how much would someone have to pay you? Oh my god. Oh, you know. I hope Mom sees Cicely. I hope so too. I'm a game. Rock chalk, I guess. Let's go.
Not at home. Must be cozy up there.
Oh, same J for real. Hello?
Hello and welcome to Gamora. What can I help you with today?
What can I do around here?
Feel free to head to our club, Brimstone, or you can see our gorgeous courtyard out behind the casino.
Okay. Do you have rooms?
Sorry,
We don't have any hotel rooms available right now, but feel free to gamble or help yourself.
You
to
realize there's better places to store your money.
I sure do, but loose
Oh my
lips
god.
sink ships.
Don't worry about me. I can keep your secrets.
All right, you look pretty trustworthy.
Tell me about what's going on in Gamora.
Gossip is one thing. Dirt on the family is something else totally.
Oh, what's on the
I'm
strip?
not sure what's going on at Lucky 38.
Chocolate chip
Nobody ever goes in. Nobody ever comes out.
That's terrible.
This is hopeless.
That's terrible.
Megzie asking the pertinent questions. Now it is a party.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
I've heard some pretty shady rumors about the Ultralux. I'm not sure what the deal is, but although they try to put on airs, that place is just plain creepy. Maybe it's the mask.
Listen, you still didn't answer my question, Sora. How much would someone have to pay you for you to eat a muffin out of after it's been shoved up an ass? Oh. Bittersweet, heavy on the bitter.
It's hard to believe that not too long ago, most of the families on the strip were little more than warring tribes. The Emeritus even had a big war with the Khans once upon a time. Not much of a rumor, but I hear the Tops is always looking for new talent. Lord knows they've needed it for a long time.
Do they need some bottoms?
Sorry, that's all the news worth talking about.
Oh, this is not how I was expecting to make my Friday night special. We live in a society. We live in a civilization. Bingo, bango, bongo, I'm so happy in the jungle, I refuse to go. I'm starting to doubt that. Probably like 5,000. If it's paid out under the table. Would you prefer it to be chocolate chip or blueberry? Bunga 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 bunga, I refuse to go. Play sluts. I'll play some sluts. Let's do it. Cornbread. Hey, dude.
Welcome to Gamora. How can I help you?
NCR money.
How many chips would you like?
Let's do that.
Here's your chips.
Bye.
Have a good time.
Thanks. You're very friendly. More like cornhole bread.
Always open or a business. Have some fun.
I might want to find myself a gal. You know? When in Rome. How do I... Oh. I lost a chip. When in Gamora, eat a dingleberry. I mean, a blueberry. Blueberry, obviously. Hey, I won 2 whole chips. Damn it. The big one's coming, baby. Yeah. All right. Let's see what else we can play.
I tell you.
Oh, let's play some rare roulette, shall we? Increase bet. Oh. Odd. Alright, let's do it. How do we finish? We need to do a big finish here. Black, baby. And it's odd. I just won. Hell yeah. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's increase bet. Yeah, let's go on even this time. I'm already gone from hospital for colitis, not from eating a prison wallet muffin. Oh no, I lost. Shit. Shit. I think it's gonna go on here. Star Fox, no. Ooh, want it back, baby. Want it back. Star Fox, I'm gambling in your honor. How are your caravan skills, Boney? I've never played, and I don't think I will. Because that shit confuses me. Alright, let's play some blackjack. Doctor Who, 20 months? Thank you so much. Alright. What are we doing? Let's increase. Okay. Bet. Let's bet. Deal with me. Oh, God. 8? Hit me. 9? Oh my gosh. Gamba. Oh, Star Fox, how far in of the season are you in? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that sub. How are you doing, Doctor Who? So as long as I'm on medical assistance to cover the bill, I think 5K is like bare minimum I would accept to relieve those. Oh, God. Not me triggering the shit out of Sora. Now I feel bad. 9, and he is a jack. Or I have 19, I think I'm going to stay. Okay, we broke even. Deal me. Second episode. Ooh, I got an 18. Oh, shit, fuck. Deal. What's with these? 12 or 3? Hit. 7. Hit me. Woo! What's my luck stat? Oh, I don't know. I think it's pretty high. Shall we go bet max? Let's do it. 16. And they have 15. What's surrender mean? No! The house always wins! Son of a bitch! Alright. Let's get some more money.
How many? Here's your chips. Is there anything else? How many chips would you like?
That's it. Bye.
Have a good time.
Let's see what my luck's at.
To do the fucking job.
7. It's actually not bad. Let's play more. Let's play more chips. Chips. Yeah, we're playing. Let's do max bet. I'm feeling lucky. Pit boy. 3,000. Thank you so much for the 3 streak. Shit, 18? I'm gonna stay. Yes! 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 Double. It's a 10. 18. Oh, we broke even. Oh, that was scary. Okay. Double down. Split. Bro. It's rigged. You look like I belong on Poker Stars right now. 6. Hit me. 13, and he has a 6. He could have 16. This is very, very risky, but I'm gonna do it. Ooh, Do I do it? Do I do it or do I stay? I have 16. So we could... I'm gonna stay. Fuck. $17. I'm gonna stay. Yes! Yes! Deal me. Deal with me, bitch. Deal with me. Aw, man. 21. 21, baby. 21, baby. All right. 7. Hit me. 10. Hit me. 20. Stay. Oh, 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 oh. 21, baby! Give me a penthouse. Give me a penthouse. Oh, oh, what? Damn it. 12. This is horrible. What does surrender mean? This is not good. This is not good. 16. Fuck! I was on a hot streak. I should have walked away. 9? 11? 21. All right, let's go. 20. Stay. 11. Double down. Double down. Double down. Double down. All right. All right. Do I go all in? I don't feel that lucky. I don't feel that lucky. But I kind of feel lucky. Okay, let's do it. 18. Stay. Oh my god. I have 11. 21. How the fuck? 21. I kind of want to walk. I kind of want to walk away. But no, I'm not going to. This is my problem. Got 9. 19. I'll stay. How'd I lose? 17. Stay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to decrease bet to 100. $17. We could have the same hand. I think I'm going to stay. Yep. Yep. Star Fox, you better not be gambling while driving. 18. Okay, means give up my card early. Hit me with your best shot. 14? I'll stay. Damn it. What am I going to do with my winnings? I'm going to go to... What? Oh no. I gotta bet max. I gotta go all in. I have 18. I don't know. I'm trying to get a suite. I'm exiting.
This place smells like booze
That's right. Mmm. Mmm. Love a good stench. I'm trying to get a penthouse. What happens if I put everything on black right now? Bro! Let's go! Alright. Raul, let's get a room. Let's go get a room. Feels dank, man.
Welcome to Gamora. How can I help you?
How? I like to turn into my chips.
In what currency would you like your payout? Non-caps currencies will have fractions paid out in caps.
I'll take payout in caps. Or do I keep it? Should I keep the money?
Is there anything else I can...
No, let's...
Have a good time.
I don't think I've ever gambled this much in this game. Alright, where's this courtyard that lady was telling me about? Raul. Same principle. I think I already went this way. Oh, yeah, I already went this way. Why are you guys still awake? I should go to bed. I should go to bed. It's late. It's late. Oh, here's Brimstone. Let's get in. Let's go to the club. Let's go to the club. Hey, I got some Gamora caps.
The fuck are you looking at?
Oh my god. The hostility here.
Hey there, can I get you a drink? Maybe a party favor?
Let me see what you have. What kind of party favor are we talking about? Nothing exciting here. I'm looking for information.
Sorry, it's not my business to get involved.
Okay, bye.
Hot damn, do I love this place.
Oh my god. This guy has a problem. Whiskey, mother's milk.
Well, what do we have here, huh?
Hi.
Let me guess. You've heard about the mistress who makes all your fantasies come true.
Oh, you bet I
So you
have.
followed the call of your desires, all the way to the arms of Joanna. Moi. Now that you've found me, I wonder, do you have what it takes?
Listen, I've been told a thing or two in my day. I always have what it takes.
Oh, confident. I like that.
Yeah, you do.
What do you want to do with what you've got?
Well. Oh my gosh, we're gonna up. Oh no, no, no! She's too hot. Do you know the Muffin Man? Should I introduce Joanna to a little bit of baking? Is that a stripper name of this French restaurant? It is. It is. It means a gape. I am a gape right now. Absolute tragic moment.
Well,
oh shit.
Here,
I always have what it takes.
Oh, so.
Hold on, I gotta up my speech just for you. I gotta up it. How do I do that? Is it Mentats? Charisma 1. Speech increased by 3. There we go. And then. Wine? Vodka? Scotch? I thought... Let's see what happens here. We'll do a scotch. I don't know if you can...
Hey there, gorgeous. I knew you'd be back soon enough.
I'm here for some fun.
Yeah, so...
Oh. Wait, why does it keep going up? Hold on. Let's reload. Yes, but before... There we go. Now... I'll do this first. I feel like this will be fast enough. We will be fast enough with Joanna already. Scotch, vodka, wine. Oh, jeez. Oh shit, charisma +5 party time mentats. Oh, I think that might be enough. I've become addicted to a drug. Okay.
Well, what do we have here?
Ever learned the Greek word for affection? No, what is it?
Heard about the mistress who makes all your fantasies come
Oh, hey,
true.
we're back.
Oh.
Wait, why is it getting harder and harder to talk to her? Is it agape? Okay, hold on. I'm like adamant. I'm adamant on getting this. Okay, aid. Beer. Lying. Charisma. Charisma. I'm just a freaking junkie. Scotch. Vodka. Wine. If that's not enough.
Well, what do we have here? Huh?
Different alcohol doesn't stack. Okay.
You've heard about the mistress who makes all your
71 out of 75. Damn it! Why all of a sudden is it like...
Honey, I've had better than just good. And you were being so amusing.
Well, I'm not gonna waste all that then.
Well, what do we have here?
For fraternal
Let
love.
me guess.
Alright.
Oh.
I have some questions for you.
Alright.
I'd like to know more about you.
Yes.
What's your story?
Oh, nothing special, hun. I'm the best lay in Gomorrah, and that's all you need to know.
Alright. Do you like it here?
I like that you're here. Doesn't that make you happy?
Let's talk about having fun.
Yes. So, what do you want to do with what you've got?
Well, shit. Oh, here we go. Here we go right now. In some conversations, I can gain the ability to initiate combat while terrifying a mob of opponents. And okay, let's do that. Done. Wait, Joanna. I want to talk again.
Hey there, gorgeous.
Wait. Wait, I gotta get party time. I gotta get party time mentats.
Hey there, gorgeous. I knew you'd be back soon enough. Yes.
You just sort of scare people off with
what
my
do you wanna do
words.
with what you've got?
The better question is, what are you gonna do with it?
Oh my.
There we
I'll choose
go.
something else. I guess you'll have to see for yourself what I can do.
Good night, Crack. Have a good night. Happy Friday. Ooh, on the house. Take me there. I'm gonna follow her. I'm gonna follow her. I'm following.
Hot damn, do I love this place.
She loves it. Are we going upstairs now? Joanna, is this your room? Ooh, this smells a bit musty in here. Not gonna lie. But I guess I'll wait for her. Nice place she's got here.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours.
Nice following.
Are you ready to be all mine?
I'm ready.
Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you.
Yow. My party time mentats have worn off. Oh. Hello? It was a nice long sleep.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine?
Did I just...
Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you.
What the fuck? What is happening?
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine? Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you. Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine?
I told you I was good at what I do. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you. Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine? All right, honey.
Okay, let's talk.
What do you want to know?
Let's talk. I have questions.
Yes.
What's the deal with Gamora?
It's your paradise on this
Oh my
desolate
god.
Your
Mexifer.
troubles are gone. Your pain forgotten. And your
PC is NPCing so hard right now.
Everyone wants a piece of their own personal heaven. So they come here for hours and hours, hun.
Oh my
Military
god.
men, NCR ranchers, wandering travelers. They're all the same.
Fuck you.
What they want, the Omertas provide. You best hold your tongue,
I don't know what's supposed to. Okay, let's go back to my other questions. I'd like to know more about you. Are you ill?
I'm not, but questions.
Okay, bye.
Come
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine?
I don't know what's happening.
Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you.
Her steps in vertically. Okay. I've been ready for so fucking long. This is.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine? Stay for a while, hun. Jump in bed and let me do the rest.
Ma'am, I've been here for hours. I've been here.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine?
Okay, hold on. Okay, this can't be.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine?
What's wrong?
And now, here is the star of The Price is Right, Bob Barker!
Abacab, welcome in. Okay. Lord Gape, welcome in. He likes to watch. He likes to watch. Guys, I don't know what I'm gonna quit real quick and see if that fixes anything because I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened. Xavier, have I told you I appreciate so much that you're back? My sides, they hurt. That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy, you guys. Like, right, seriously. If I can make you guys laugh, just being me, being silly, and just finding stupid bugs in this game, I don't know. Like, I'm doing something right. That's all I could ask for. That is all I could ask for. Ma'am.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine?
I'm gonna sleep for 13 hours. This is hell. This has to work. Swear to a Gape, I'm going to finally go to bed tonight and my subconscious is going to put SpongeBob with Deckard and Max from Cats Don't Dance. It's gonna be
Hey, sexy lady. Looking for a good time?
Joanna, are you okay?
Hey there, gorgeous. I knew you'd be back soon enough.
I'm here for some fun.
Consider it on the house, honey.
Lead the way.
Follow me, hun. Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to
It's
be
not a
mine?
bug, it's a feature.
Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you.
Is it finally happening? Have I come at a bad time? No Greg's world famous hot dogs. Never. Okay, I think we fixed it. Staying longer helped, dude. Fuck you. W, big brain idea. Let's see if it worked.
No.
I am now well rested. Well, that's good.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine?
Joanna, honey. I don't know what else to do. Why not?
Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you.
What is supposed to happen right now? Johnny, don't even go there. I'm the master.
I haven't had a ghoul before. Do I get to keep the tip?
Okay, wait. Wait. Does that mean Raul was in on it? She wants to keep the Pinar.
Hey there, gorgeous. I knew you'd be back soon enough. Consider it on the house,
Okay.
honey. Follow me, hun.
What kind of a sick joke is this? Todd Howard. What in the fuck?
Come here, baby. I'm all yours. Are you ready to be all mine? Okay. Lay down and I'll take care of you.
Did Rare have this problem? Did Rare even do this quest? Or whatever the fuck this is? Oh. I'm like... Hold on.
This crouch walking is hell on my back, boss.
She doesn't even have anything on her. I used to be good about going to bed. Yeah, I won't do it. Fatal, no! I'm no longer well rested and she keep me up all night. Surviving. Oh, and now I'm well rested again. Raul, are you okay?
What can I do for you, boss?
Are you all right?
Sure, boss.
I don't think she's gonna remember, Johnny.
Come here, baby. I'm all yours.
Okay, honey, you need to lay off the jet.
Jump in bed and let me do the rest.
I'm tired. I can't. I'm out of here. Get Raul. Sir, are you listening in on this shit? The hell? Alright. I think it's time to just... Maybe we need to take a cold shower. How about that? Yeah, let's clean off a little bit. Oh my gosh. Love what you do and you never work a day in your life, I suppose. Yup. Yup. She wants to keep the Pinar.
Gamora has the loosest slots on the strip.
Oh, does it? Wow. How lovely. Let's get the hell out of here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I think I'm supposed to just get my medical up higher so that way I can ask her about if she's okay and then I have to like bust her out or something. We fucked her. What can I say? I'm good at what I do. All right. I accomplished something so mind-blowing.
I know a guy. His motto is love thy neighbor. Hey, come on, lady. I'm trying to put on a show here. All right, then make it snappy, kid. This isn't exactly a lucrative career enterprise here.
Career enterprise. How long you been doing comedy? Yeah, her frontal lobe exploded. Exactly. I didn't even finish my train of thought, but I appreciate it.
I guess I got a face only a mother could love because no one else will give me the time of day. Hey, maybe you can help me. See, I can never tell when it's lunchtime.
So you're looking for your big break?
Break's better than a shot. Less chance of lead poisoning. Hey, if you know any gigs hiring, I'll work cheap. Real cheap. I'll take peanuts. I'll take the shells.
Who are you?
The name's Knight. Billy Knight. And this here's what a lifelong career in comedy will get you. Oi.
Is this Billy Crystal?
That's exactly my point, kid. Exactly my point.
Okay, bye.
Sure, later.
It does sound like it. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, I think Benny...
couldn't find his ass if it wasn't on his backside.
Benny might be in here. Oh, God.
Hey, baby doll. Welcome to the Tops Hotel and Casino.
Wait, like Major Knight? From the Brotherhood?
Weapons you might be carrying. Smooth and easy, just the way I like it. Don't worry, they'll be as safe as kittens till you're ready to leave.
Oh, really?
Oh, and a friendly word of advice. If you happen to stumble across any weapons during your stay here, well, just don't wear them openly. You dig? Now that we got that little business out of the way, what can I do to make your Tops experience the tops?
Where'd you take my weapons?
Relax, baby. The safest houses. We'll keep them locked up in the bank upstairs right next to the money. It's serious protection.
Sora! Oh. Maybe, Johnny.
Everything your little heart desires, that's what. You like gambling? Boom. Either one of the main hallways has cards, slots, you name it. Hungry? Thirsty? The restaurant just off the left-hand hallway has the best food and booze in Vegas.
What makes it the best?
The Aces Theater upstairs always has hot acts raring to go. Check it out. Have a good time, baby.
I love it when you call me baby.
Well, how's it hanging?
It's not degrading at all. Shall we get some chips? Shall we gamble in here before Benny? There he is.
Hello.
You not recognize me? Do you not recognize me, Mr. Chandler Bing? Do you not recognize me? Benny and the Jets? I'm just gonna stand in your way. I'm just gonna keep standing in your way. He's acting like he doesn't. He's never seen me a day in his life. Where you going? Where you going, hotshot? Oh.
Keep those hands where I can see you.
Hi. Hey, Benny. Hi. Remember me?
What in the goddamn? Let's keep this in the groove, hey? Smooth moves like smooth little babies.
Sir? Benny Two Tones. Terrifying presence. I dug myself out of that grave to plant you in yours. When you shot me, you ran off so fast I never got your name.
You making a pass at me, sister? Because I'm out of your league.
Joanna doesn't seem to think. Is it wrong to want a guy who'd shoot me in the head?
Did those bullets scramble your egg? Or have you always been a naughty broad?
Oh, rest in peace, Matthew Perry. Girls like bad boys, and you've been downright awful.
You're one sick pussycat, baby. There's Quinn's, and then there's... I don't even know what to call you.
I'm saying I dig you despite it all. What do you say?
I hear dig from you, babe, and all I can think of is a shovel. How can this be? This ain't forgiveness. It's something wrong.
I'm a courier, remember? Don't you want me to handle your package?
All right, honey, baby. This is all kinds of wrong, but to my sweet it is. 13th floor. Don't keep me waiting.
Don't get too close to Mr. Benny.
But first, got a little gambling to do. I'm gonna make him wait. I'm gonna make him wait. That's what a naughty broad does, alright? That's what a naughty broad does. Make him wait, make him beg. If you fall for that, you get what you get.
Welcome to the top. How can I help you?
I'd like to exchange money for chips.
Here's your chips. How many chips would you like? Here's your chip.
Alright, bye.
Thank you, and enjoy your stay at the Tops.
Gamble away the key he just gave you. Alright. Let's see how these roll. Black and white, like the checkers on Benny's jacket. That's right, that's right, that's right. Whew. Let's get out of there.
I dig this crazy slang.
Play a little blackjack. 16. Oh, shit. Bet max. Deal. Ew. 13. And they also almost have 13. Shit. Shit. No! Alright. Well, that was short-lived. Not so lucky over here at the Tops. You dig? You dig? Elevators are out of order. Where the hell do I go? For the theater. Courtyard? There's a courtyard here too?
Hello.
Wee. Wee. What's going on over here? Oh. Oh, I thought that was her hair. That was ridiculous. I thought it was ridiculous. Okay, lore question, if I may. Okay, yeah. Oh, diggy diggy hole. I do in fact dig.
Ring a ding, baby.
Ring a ding ding. Where's this theater that they say has shows? Presidential suite. Where's this theater? It says they have shows. Oh, right here. I don't think I've ever been in here. In the Fallout era, so when does all this stuff happen? The bombs fall in 2077, I believe. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, welcome to the finest entertainment experience in New Vegas. My name is Tommy Torino.
I believe in
and how
October 2077. Tell me about this theater.
Well, it was my idea. Well, me and the rest of the Rat Pack boys. We took it to Benny, and he thought it was a good idea.
What happened to your eyeball?
A few years later, here we are. The best show
Aha,
in
thank
New
you,
Vegas.
Casey. What do you think about Benny?
Benny? He's an alright cat, you dig? He don't got much musical talent, but he knows how to run a business. When he's around, anyways.
I hear you. Any idea where he goes and he disappears like that?
Well, now, you didn't hear this from Tommy, but Benny likes to go off on a bender now and then. Usually he's only gone a couple of days.
My birthday is bomb day. Has he really?
For almost a month.
My goodness. Is that why you're dynamite?
Because nobody ever saw him leave it.
I'm sorry, that was horrible. What do you do here?
Well, apart from serving as a talent manager, show schedule, and all-around man in charge of this fine theater, I happen to be its headline act. Every night from
Yeah,
8 till
you're
midnight,
pretty
come
rad
on
too.
by to see the Rat Pack Review live, only right here at the Aces Theater.
Really? What kind of entertainment?
Well, acts are a bit thin on the ground right now, but every night from 8 to midnight, we got the Rat Pack
Keep
Review.
shooting, Meg. I'm trying.
Songs, dancing, jokes, we got it all.
I can help you find some acts.
Sure, baby, sure. Tommy's always looking for new talent to bring to the Aces. Tell you what, you see any good acts while you're out wandering, give them my card. If they work out, I'll give you a 3% cut of the door. Just swing back by as you recruit folks. I'll get you your bread.
Shit.
I'm guessing you don't really...
Alright, well, I guess I'll keep an eye out.
Ring a ding. Take it
Okay.
easy, baby.
Well, I already know where to get one of them.
Hey, your mama, what's the haps?
Alright, let's go find Benny. Yippee-yay. For today. I got Spurs. I like how when you don't meet the skill, they put a bad answer. Yeah, I don't think you can do that in Fallout 4. If you don't hit the requirement, I don't think it, well, does it? I can't remember. I haven't played Fallout 4 in a long time. There's one point where it doesn't allow you to use them. Benny? Benny, where are you? Ring-a-ding-ding. This isn't it. Benny, I have a friend who wants to watch. Is that okay? Where's his damn... In like 3? Okay. I thought for some reason you weren't able to like even select it. Is this his room? Where you at, Benny?
Benny's gonna show you the tops. I hope you're built sturdy, you crazy broad.
Well, you shot me in the head. So I'm pretty tough.
The time for talk is past, honey baby. These mouths of ours have appointments to be elsewhere.
Do I do it? A mid-century casino seems like it ought to have a pinball or... oh, you said... Yeah. So all the pinball machines that were produced up until 2027 should exist. Why no pinball? You're obsessed. Are you like a pinball master? Should I bone Benny and let him live?
More than you ever dreamed, baby.
Is he gonna be bugged
You're
too?
platinum, pussycat. You know how to swing. Nice Charlies, too. Give him a shake for the Ben man, will you? Hello. Oh, that was a nice bit of hey-hey, girlie. You're a real ring-a-ding broad. Hold me, will you? I swear you wore me out.
I don't think I've ever let him live either. Hold me. Yeah, he got so demure. Where'd he go? Ace in the hole. Oh boy. I need to clean up. Search Benny's rooms for clues. There's another man. Oh. Well, look who it is.
Hey! Hi there! Good to meet you. What can I do for you today?
No, I feel like killing him in broad daylight. Have you seen Benny?
Sure. He came through here in a big hurry. Didn't even stop to say hello. I think he went down his secret escape elevator out in the hall.
Wait, what?
Sure. Benny had me look at it a bunch of times. It's a data storage device, kind of like a holotape, but a lot more advanced. As for what's on it, well, some of Mr. House's data transmissions made it sound like the chip could upgrade his defenses somehow. That's just a guess, though. The chip's a proprietary format. You need special hardware to read the data on it. There are 2 locations with non-standard hardware on the network. The Lucky 38 and an underground facility at Fortification Hill.
Wait, did he run away?
Oh, he wants to kill Mr. House and use the platinum chip to copy my neurocomputation matrix onto the Lucky 38's mainframe. That should give me control over all Mr. House's defenses, most prominently his Securitrons.
Wait.
And then I
Wait.
do what Betty tells me. Easy peasy.
You're very forthcoming.
I was programmed to be helpful and answer
It's
any
an
questions
8-track.
I was asked. I guess nobody bothered to restrict who I answer questions for.
Mm.
That was probably pretty dumb, huh?
Yeah.
Then I'd have to help you. I mean, it seems pretty obvious Benny wouldn't want me to, but hey, not my fault I can't say no.
What are you doing here? What are the details of the plan?
Again, goal number 1 is to eliminate Mr. House and install my neurocomputational matrix on the Lucky 38's mainframe. Given how you're a new arrival, I also recommend that you get to know some of the region's tribes, so you can decide how you feel about them. By the time you finished up all of that, the Legion should be close to attacking Hoover Dam, and we'll execute the last phase of the plan.
So should I ask all these tribes if they'll support an independent Vegas?
Oh no, I didn't mean that. Who needs their support? The Securitrons will be all the support you need. What I meant is, you should get to know these tribes and decide which ones you like and which you don't. You know, shape the future of Vegas. Choose your neighbors. If you like a tribe, leave it alone. Or, if a tribe is nasty, or going to be a problem, go ahead and exterminate it. It's whatever you want to do.
Okay. Did Mr. House was gonna sever? Okay.
See you around.
So I just leveled up again. And I really need to level up my medicine to help Joanna so she doesn't keep repeating her damn self. Did Benny leave me a note? He didn't even leave me a note? He just left? He just left me again? Where's this secret elevator? Oh my god. Hello? He kissed your cheek before he left. Did he? Shit. Shouldn't have let him live. Shouldn't have let him live. I usually always kill him. I've never actually let him live. That's weird. No. Where's Benny? Where's Benny? Where's Benny, you son of a bitch? To the left. All right. Let's go find Joanna. I'm kind of surprised you let him live. Look, I always kill him. I wanted to do something different. Let's be fair. Maybe he'll show up again. What happened? Oh no. Shit. All right. I think that's my sign. That's a sign to go sleeps. Get that their aesthetic preference did not track. My line of thinking is cultural history would not have diverged much since the 50s. Oh. I see. Well, there's also not internet in this universe, which makes sense because 50s, no internet. But there are robots, so it's interesting. And how is Mr. House on like this mainframe? If he's just like on a LAN, like on Ethernet, intranet. That's what it was called. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, guys, thank you so much. Pure moods. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me. It's late. I gotta go to sleep. I haven't gotten much sleep. I need to rest, recuperate. I'm so sleepy. Your girl's been working herself ragged. But guys, thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow. We'll get more into the lore of everything. I didn't want to go deep into what Yes Man was saying, only because if he's going to teach us about each one of the factions, it's going to be really important, especially for the show. So come back tomorrow. Dang, this song, it's been a minute. But, so come back tomorrow. I'll be live around 4:30. I might try to sleep in a little bit. I honestly, I don't know who to raid right now. I'm so tired and I just don't have the bandwidth to like kind of hang out. Hey. Let's see, who's this by? Yes, you're right. Am I open to suggestions? The only thing about rating someone new right now is that, like, I'm so tired that, like, I feel bad if I just jump in with the raid and bounce. Without knowing them. So, I'd rather have more bandwidth and hang out a little long. But Muscle Girls 88 in Tokyo is that muscle bar that we could kind of just sneak into. I don't know. I'm in an ad right now, so. Yo, I love muscle girls. You have my curiosity. Okay. All right, we're going to raid Muscle Girls 88. It is a muscle girl bar in Tokyo. And I've never been over there because they're always offline when I'm awake. So obviously it's very late. You're super cool. Guys, thank you so much for lurking and hanging out with me. Yo, Dave, hi. Good to see you. What the heck? What the heck? Denoba, hi. Have a great night. I'll see you hopefully, guys, tomorrow. Some more Fallout lore to be had. Thank you for... how did it... I always forget. I'm okay. I'm doing gang signs now at this point. Good night, sweet dreams. Happy Friday. I appreciate you. Remember, you're loved and you're deserving of love, and everything will be okay. If you're going through a hard time, you'll get through it. Good night. Else!
I'm pretty tired.
Me too. I think I'll go home now. I think I'll go to bed now. All right, you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.